What up and welcome to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by Jim Beam, Great American Ballpark. It looks like a beautiful, beautiful day in Cincinnati. Statue. Greatest catcher ever, Dan?
I was just going to ask you that, yes. In my opinion, yes. And he can stick like 7 baseballs in his right hand, too.
That is true. Johnny Bench, as the Reds get set to host the team with the best record in baseball. Not the Dodgers, not the Padres, not the White Sox, not the Yankees. The San Francisco Giants, who have won 4 in a row and now sit 27-16 on the year. Cincinnati's going to try and snap a 3-game skid of its own this afternoon. Inside Studio 42 alongside Dan Plesac, I am Steven Nelson. We're getting you set for first pitch. Scott Braun, Jeremy Affeldt, Danny Graves, JP Morosi. They're going to be on the broadcast.
A lot of pitchers in that booth today, right?
And one right here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. San Francisco Giants right now are the biggest surprise. They're the best story, not only in the National League, but in all of baseball. Their starting pitching right now today, is the best in the sport. Not a lot of household names, but productivity.
That's not an opinion. That's a stat and a fact. The best rotation ERA in baseball belongs to San Francisco. And the guy they got on the bump today, he knows Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati well, that being Johnny Cueto. That's where it all began for him. So break him down how he's evolved.
He's a very fun guy to watch, Steven, because he's very demonstrative and he has a lot of different deliveries. Go through Johnny Cueto over the years. If you're looking for a conventional pick your leg up, set it down, dull mechanics, you're looking at the wrong guy. This is Johnny Cueto in the Giants uniform. This is Johnny Cueto with the Reds, and this is kind of where it all started. He'll turn his back to the hitter, and he'll do it with the Kansas City Royals. Tremendous down the postseason stretch for the Royals. He'll stop. We call it the shimmy. He'll stop twice. He'll stop 3 times. His whole deal is about disrupting timing. Timing is about 2 things. It's about deception and angles, and that's what pitching is. The only thing, Steven, he needs to clean up, the slider has not been a very good pitch for him this year. It has gotten him in trouble. It has gotten him to have some balls hit out of the ballpark. Colin Moran right here takes his breaking ball down and in and waffles it to right field. A pitch that used to be a really good pitch for Johnny Cueto isn't right now, but that's not saying it can't be. It's a pitch he needs to try to work around a little bit more, but there's been a lot of damage on Johnny Cueto's slider. But one good one today could get him in a good groove with that breaking ball.
As we show you StatCast, powered by Google Cloud, and you see the opponent's slug. His ERA still looks good, but you're going deeper in the numbers in what he's going through this year. He's actually one of 4 Giants pitchers who are former Reds. You have Alex Wood, who's having a tremendous year, Kevin Gossman, who's a Cy Young frontrunner at this point, and Anthony DeSclafani as well. Speaking of 4 pitchers in Cincinnati, last year there was that big 4, right? It was Sonny Gray, it was Trevor Bauer, the Cy Young winner, Luis Castillo. They were looked at as the 3. I would say the 4 because of Tyler Mahle, who they got going today.
Tyler Mahle has been really good, and he's a big, strong guy, and he's finally put it together, but he's made a couple of changes. And one of the changes, he's cleaned up his mechanics, but he's put the split finger a lot more in play right now, and particularly against lefties. And what I really like about him, solid mechanics. He's a big, tall guy with long levers, but this split finger, particularly against lefties, really plays. It's a hard split finger. It'll be anywhere from 87 to up to 91 miles an hour. Good fastball, low to mid-90s. You're going to see this split finger primarily against lefties, and it's a weapon, and he's not afraid to use it. And as a matter of fact, he's even commanded it so much more this year, Steven, that he'll throw it 2-1, he'll throw it 3-2. He's not afraid to throw it, and he'll throw it in leverage counts.
He's getting better, he's getting stronger, he's throwing harder as his career evolves. I remember calling a couple of Reds games on MLB Network last season, and David Bell in both pregame managerial meetings made it a point to highlight Tyler Mahle. He's like, oh, I know we got the 3 guys, but you might want to pay attention to what Tyler Mahle has been doing, his development.
Most of this sport, particularly out on that bump, is all confidence. And you'll see a young pitcher, and Tyler Mahle's one of those guys. They start feeling good about themselves. I call it stepping in a bucket of sassy.
Yeah.
He's been stepping in a lot of sassy.
And he's coming off a victory at Coors Field, going to try and get one today at home, and again, snap a losing streak for the Reds. But will that happen? We have our thoughts and opinions, but we really only care about yours as we present to you the MLB Game of the Week poll presented by Jim Beam. Who's going to win today's game? It's a simple question, Doctor. Giants or Reds? You got Cueto against Mahle. Who are you rocking with? Let us know, and we'll show you the results at the end of the show. A little breather for us, then we got a special guest when we come back. I'm not going to tell you who it is. Actually, I will. It's Sean Doolittle. He's great.
There go the runners. And Belt swings, and there's a long one. Deep right center field, and into the second deck. A grand slam, 9-0 Giants. Now Buster swings, and he hits a high drive, deep right field. Way back there, Blackmon, he looks up. Adios, pelota! And Buster Posey goes to the opposite field, and it is 10-0 Giants.
And Buster on the first pitch. High drive, left field, out of here. It's the second pitch that Posey has seen off a Wheeler, and he hits his third home run of the year. Buster hits a high drive to left. He's done it again. Out of here.
Back to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by Jim Beam. And we are back with a special guest, Sean Doolittle of the Cincinnati Reds. Sean, Dan, and Steven here, great to be with you. We're on your home, the mound here, and we got two lefties, so I'm going to give Sack the first question.
Sean, I have to ask you, a guy from Medford, New Jersey, how in the world did you end up at the University of Virginia?
Shoot, man. I was lucky enough to get recruited by some schools down there in the ACC, and I mean, what Virginia had to offer academically as well as with their baseball program, combined with the fact that they were one of a few schools that were going to let me hit and pitch in college, which is something that I really, really wanted to do, and do the two-way player thing. So it all came together, and I'm very, very grateful for my time there.
And not only did he play there, he set records at
I know.
UVA, mind you, as well. And you mentioned the two-way player thing, Sean, and I know you're as aware as anybody of what's going on around the show. And there's this guy named Shohei Ohtani, and I just would love to get your thoughts and impressions of him doing what he's doing at this level.
It's absolutely incredible. I don't know if you can really describe how awesome it is what he's doing. It's so much fun to watch. He's a guy that, like, you come in after the game and, like, maybe after you're done eating dinner and decompressing, like, you check your phone to see what he did that day, because he's doing something special, it seems like, every night. For us, like, we're still on East Coast time, and he's out there on the West Coast, so a lot of nights, like, you can check in on the game and maybe watch it as it's happening, because I mean, we've never seen anything like this before. Every night he's doing something incredibly special. I think it's awesome. So it's one of the coolest stories in baseball right now.
Sean, going back to 2019, you were on that magical ride with the Washington Nationals. Is there anything about that year or the postseason that sticks out to you that you still think about and you think, man, that was the coolest thing?
There's a lot. There's a lot of stuff like that. But I think the thing that I come back to the most is just the guys on the team, the group that we had in the clubhouse, and kind of the chemistry and the makeup of the team. This is my 10th year in the league, and so I've been around a little bit, and it's like it's so rare to have a group like that. And especially because it was a group of older guys. You don't see that very much, not anymore.
Yeah.
So the guys here, they keep me young. We got an awesome group here. I'm absolutely loving it. But they're keeping me young. They're helping me turn back the clock.
Sean, you actually gave the incorrect answer. The coolest thing about 2019 was your lightsaber, because that was the last time you and I talked was in the clubhouse at Dodger Stadium after you guys won the NLDS against the Dodgers en route to World Series championship. And we are just a couple weeks removed, Dan, from Star Wars Day and May the 4th. How did you celebrate it here in 2021, Sean?
I got TJ Antone to start watching the Star Wars movies. So
Nice.
he's been working his way through the entire saga, and every day he comes down to the bullpen, he's got new questions about the plot, about the characters. So it's been really fun to kind of sit with him and watch somebody discover it for the first time.
Hey, Sean, you know what? Getting fans back in the stands, is it making the players feel much more closer to the game of baseball than it was 2 years ago, having more fans there this year?
Absolutely. Just the energy and the environment that the fans create, during a game. It's been awesome to have them back and to play in front of our fans again. Last year was tough, without that energy in the ballpark, just looking around and seeing all the empty seats. I think we did a pretty good job of piecing it together as best we could last year, but this year having fans back, even though we're not even at full capacity, it's been really special. The fans here in Cincinnati have been bringing the energy. They've been getting loud and creating a really cool home field environment for us here.
Sean, I think you've been among the more vocal throughout in the big leagues since you've been in the show, to be frank, but especially in this pandemic, and encouraging folks to get vaccinated or do whatever they can, wear their masks, be social distance, and reminding folks that we're still not out of it yet, even though we're getting closer to that normal.
Yeah, I think a reminder of that is we've seen some COVID positives, even on teams around the league where 85% of the guys are vaccinated, and we still got these protocols with the masks and the temperature checks, and we're wearing sensors to stay on top of our distancing, to make sure we're not spending too much time too close to each other. So if it can happen in that environment, it can still happen anywhere. So it's something that we got to stay on top of. It's like we can see the light at the end of the tunnel, right? And we're almost there. We just got to keep, doing what we've been doing up to this point, and hopefully we'll get there soon.
Sean, a lot of players, different equipment, gloves, and everything. Unique. You pitch with your glasses on. Does it present a problem when you're pitching in hot weather, warm weather, humid weather, like it is in Cincinnati?
Did you guys see what happened the other day?
We did.
Is that why you're asking this question? Yeah, I've never had that happen before. Yeah, so there it is. I almost stepped on him. Could you imagine? That would have been awful.
Do you have a backup set in case you would have stepped on him?
I do have a backup set, but they're not the updated prescription, so
Okay.
I think I would have been okay. But I almost stepped on them when I followed through, and the whole outing, I had so much sweat like on my face that they kept sliding down and bouncing around. So the guys in the clubhouse here, they got me. I don't know if you can see. They got me these sweet Croakies. So now they're not going anywhere now. So
Looking good.
They're locked in.
I'm ready.
Hey, Sean, a quick one before we go. As this game's on YouTube, your favorite YouTube video of all time?
Oh man, I don't watch a ton of YouTube, but one thing I really like is reaction videos, like people hearing like a song for the first time.
Yes.
I think they're really wholesome and they're really fun to watch. Watching somebody enjoy, a song that is like your favorite song, watching them see it for the first time and hear it, I think is really cool. So I go through the compilations of those every once in a while, and they're pretty fun.
You're right, just so pure. Sean Doolittle, we could talk to you forever, but we know you got a job to do, so we'll let you go do that. But thanks as always for spending some time with us.
Thank you, guys.
Let's turn this thing back on. The YouTube creator spotlight shines on Alex Healy. Healy6 is the name of his channel, and what he does there, in terms of, in addition to highlighting just the game of baseball, he plays Diamond Dynasty on MLB The Show, and that's a mode where you collect cards of current players and legends of the game and compete with them. His favorite team, in reality, the Chicago Cubs, the team that he is repping now as we welcome him here into the YouTube pregame show. Alex, it's great to visit with you, man. We do have a lot of young fans watching who love playing MLB The Show, and they may want to get into it more, and Diamond Dynasty might appeal to them. So can you explain a little bit more of that, and who is on your squad right now?
So Diamond Dynasty, you collect a bunch of cards, which include legends like Ken Griffey or Babe Ruth. You can use current guys like Chris Bryant or Javier Baez, and you can even use guys of the future like Wander Franco or Adley Rutschman.
Wow.
You can earn them in certain ways. You can play against the computer. You can play online. There's so many different ways for everyone that wants to play the game how they want to. My favorite player that I have on my squad, they just added Alfonso Soriano, big Cubs fan.
Yeah.
And they're constantly adding new legends to the game every single year.
Let's get into that Cubs fandom. I imagine that 2016 is far and away the greatest moment of your sports loving life. What's number 2 as a Cubs fan?
Probably the David Bote Grand Slam that happened a couple years ago. I was at that game. Cole Hamels got traded to the Cubs. It was him against Scherzer. They both combined for 20 strikeouts. The Nationals went up, and it all came down to the final inning, and just the improbable happened with David Bote hitting the home run. And I was kind of in that section as well, and the stadium just went wild.
Wrigleyville, when it's rocking, it's special. I remember that night, Dan Plesac, who I'm doing this pregame show with, he was yelling, "Bote call," all around the studio here in New Jersey. He was loving that one, too. I remember going down a YouTube rabbit hole, as I'm prone to do, and it actually led me to one of your videos where you tried to hit home runs in the biggest stadium that you could create, because that's one of the features of the new MLB The Show, is that you can create a ballpark any dimension you want, and you had like a little home run derby. So talk the folks through that.
So new to the next-gen consoles, you're able to create whatever stadium you want to create. Some people like creating historic stadiums, but I wanted to test the limits. I wanted to see if I could hit a home run on the game without any help, really, hitting 500 feet length home runs, and the walls were 40 feet high. I did have a little help. I did raise the elevation to the max, but still, I sat there for almost 2 hours before I was able to hit one over.
I mean, those are absolute tanks. So who won the Derby, though? We see some of the players. I mean, Prince Fielder, Mike Trout, Fernando Tatis Jr.
So I only hit like 4 home runs, and Fernando Tatis hit 3 of them. I was just trying out different guys to like see what one could just put it over. And Fernando Tatis, he had the most, the cover boy.
Which also makes sense. I'm going to give you a multiple choice question here. I'm going to take 5 current big leaguers, and you tell me your most creative player. That's redundant, but let's keep going. Fernando Tatis Jr. is going to be one. Ronald Acuna Jr., Mike Trout, Mookie Betts, Shohei Ohtani. You can only pick one.
It has to be Shohei.
Yeah.
Just the ability to both pitch and hit and excel at both of those is just crazy to think about. He has a highlight every single day, and you're just amazed at it.
So, and it's funny you pick Shohei and the Angels because if I understand it correctly, as you went back and played every iteration of MLB The Show, from the beginning up to now, it ends with a World Series prediction of the Padres and Halos. Is that right?
No, I just wanted to use either Mike Trout or have like Fernando Tatis hit the home run.
Got it. But that video was awesome because, and I imagine it was harder than people would think going back in time and playing like that.
Yeah, I had to spend time downloading every single game and like just relearning the mechanics and the pitch speeds. It took about like 6 hours of just footage before I edited it down into like the 50-minute video. But it was fun because I got to relive each year and see what the rosters were constructed for every World Series team.
We're getting a peek of that right now. I mean, gosh, that is a trip down memory lane. I see an Aaron Rowan home run in there. As the White Sox fan in me, I love that one. That's awesome. Again, you can check out Alex and all of his content on YouTube's channel, Healy6. Alex Healy, it's great to meet you, man, and keep chugging out the great baseball content. We absolutely love it.
Yeah, thanks for having me. This was a blast.
So thanks to Alex and Sean Doolittle for the visit. There is Johnny Cueto warming up. Remember, he spent his first 8 years in the big leagues pitching for the Reds. He was a Cy Young runner-up back in 2014. Now toeing the slab for the Giants today in our MLB Game of the Week.
Joey Votto is double to left. Shift is on lead. And that one is shot out of a cannon to right field. A towering home run for Joey Votto, number 300. And the Reds take a 3-2 lead. A no-doubter as Joseph Daniel Votto becomes the third man in franchise history with 300 big flies. Wade Miley looks to make Reds and baseball history. In the air to right, 2 outs away. 0-2. Strike 3, and Miley is 1 out away. Ground ball. Farmer. Wizardry from Wade Miley. A no-hitter and baseball history.
Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show, presented by Jim Beam, Dan Plesac, Stephen Nelson, still here in Studio 42. Still here in Studio 42. Want to enunciate my words, Dan Plesac, before we get to the real
Day game.
I know.
Day game after a night game.
I know. And
Just need to get out and stretch a little bit. You didn't do any stretching before this pregame.
I did not. I did not do my vocal cord exercises. It's time for Picks to Click, presented by FanDuel Sportsbook. We're going to pepper Plesac here. Okay, first one up. Total runs scored in today's game, the over-under is 9. The Giants come in averaging 4.3 runs per game, and the Cincinnati Reds are at 5.1, so that's 9.4. It's a tough call. Over
Normally, I would say over because of this ballpark, but as a funny way on day games, the pace is faster. I'm saying under.
Under.
Because it's a getaway game.
Oh.
Getaway game, getaway day, day games. Normally, they're quicker. The umpires move the pace to play along. I say under.
It's an interesting perspective and one you have to appreciate, him being in the show for 2 decades now. All right, next up, we talked about the Giants having the best record, not just in their division, but in all of baseball. But if we shine the spotlight on specifically the National League West, that is a division that has been won the last 8 years by their arch rival and defending World Series champion, Los Angeles Dodgers. But it's the Giants who are up by a half game on the Padres and 2 on LA. When it's all said and done in 2021, Zach, who's the winner of the division?
Very close race. I think the Dodgers win this division. Everyone was thinking they were shoo-in to win 110-plus games. They're not. They're going to struggle to win 95. They're not as good right now. They're beat up as they were last year. But watch for this. The Giants have money. They're going to be aggressive at the trade deadline. I don't think they're going to be sellers. If they continue to play well, they're going to be in on whatever it is short term to help them get there in September and October. They're not going away.
By the way, those are great odds on the Giants. There are people who still don't believe in them despite that outstanding pitching staff. And Farhan Zaidi, who was there and helped building the Dodgers, said, we're doing kind of the same thing as we did in L.A. here in SF. And they keep chugging along. They got a rejuvenated Buster Posey, who's not playing today. Kirk Casale's behind the dish, but a lot of veterans doing good things. How about Cincinnati? They're in this Central, and I think everybody was handing the division pre-season to the team that's up there right now, the St. Louis Cardinals. The Brewers are kind of the trendy pick. They're 4 games back. The Cubs sandwiched between them at 3.5, and then you see Cincinnati a handful of games behind.
I look at the Reds, and I think they need one guy to come up and start pitching better. Sonny Gray, he's been better. He was slowed up with some back issues coming out of spring training. Guys starting today. Malley, a really good pitcher. The Reds are going to score runs. This division from top to bottom, a lot of teams have holes. Love the Brewers starting rotation.
Love them.
They can't hit. The Cardinals right now, their bullpen has been very good. It's leaking a little bit the last 4 or 5 days. I still think the Cardinals are the best team. I'm going to beware. Watch out the Cubs. They're starting to get some guys back healthy again. This is going to be an interesting division. This one goes right down to the last week.
You, being the pitcher that you are the perfect person to answer this question. National League Cy Young Award winner in 2021. There are a lot of great candidates. I've mentioned those Brewers, Burns and Woodruff, Darvish, Rogers, DeGrom is going to be there. But I want you to look at these 2 teams specifically that we're watching today, San Francisco and Cincinnati. Pitcher from either of these squads most likely to win it.
It's going to be a crazy answer, but I'm going to say Alex Wood. Alex Wood is throwing quietly really good baseball, and I love his line. If you don't, if Alex don't light your fire, you're working with wet wood. Alex Wood is going to win the NL Cy Young.
Wow.
Yes.
That
you
would
heard
be
it here first.
I
just love to use that phrase with Alex. If he don't light your fire, you're working with wet wood.
I thought for sure you're going to go Kevin Gausman.
Oh, no.
Hit us with Wood and
Alex
the
Wood,
same.
that funky left-handed arm delivery,
Yeah.
he's throwing the ball really well.
Also, shouts to Sonny Gray, who I think did hit that headshot with no buttons done.
He never does, right?
It's great, though. We love him. And he's found himself again there in Cincinnati with Derek Johnson. Okay, the next one. Strikeouts. Should we do strikeouts?
Let's do it.
Today's game for Johnny Cueto. We're going to set the over-under at 5.5. He's coming in. His K per 9 is 7.2.
I'm going under. Unless he found some newfound life in that breaking ball, he's going to have a difficult time with his Reds lineup. And a guy I want you to watch today, if you're watching it YouTube and you're going to stay on and watch this game, and you should, Jesse Winker, one of the best hitters in all of baseball. You heard it here first.
He's batting leadoff, so he'll see Cueto real early. The 6.5 over-under is set for Tyler Mahle in terms of strikeouts today. You going to go over or you going to go under?
I'm going over. I'm going over. His split finger has just turned into a weapon. He'll be able to use that against the left-handed batters. I think he pitches well. I want to see Johnny Cueto. I have my concerns with Johnny Cueto today in this day game.
So those were Dan Plesac's picks to click. 4 lefties in the lineup today, by the way.
Which plays right in Tyler's hands. Get to use that split finger.
Exactly what he's talking about. Let's show you the poll results. We started the show wanting to know what you think is going to happen in this MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. We asked who's going to win simply, and 65% of you are rolling with the Gigantes, the team that has won 4 in a row and now sit atop the major leagues with a 27-16 record. 35% of you, I see you there in the Queen City, and our Reds fans representing, pulling hard for that losing streak to come to an end. So, Zach, as we get ready to say goodbye here, we have 1 more minute for you to share a memory, a story from your time spent pitching in Cincinnati, all your years.
It wasn't one of my favorite ballparks to pitch in. I didn't pitch particularly well there, but I will say this. I gave up a home run to Aaron Boone, one of the last balls that would hit out of Riverfront, and then I had a chance to pitch in that ballpark the next year. That ballpark and the ballpark in Arlington weren't very kind to me, so if you're looking for memories, there aren't very many good ones. Let's put it that way.
I don't want to give you a bad memory from this pregame show, but Amy G, of course, anybody who watches Giants baseball, the West Coast really, she's in the chat, and she says she's not happy with you for picking the Dodgers to win the division.
Well,
Come on, Dan.
I know, but listen, you have to pick somebody. Amy G, I'm sorry.
It was a blast, as always, hanging out with you, Sack.
You got it.
We now got to pass the torch to the boys calling the game. Scott Braun, Jeremy Affel, Danny Graves, and JP Morosi, who's on site. Enjoy the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. We'll see you.
The talk of the West brings their pitching, power, and defense show to the Midwest. The ultimate home run paradise in the game is where the home team plays its best ball. Buckle up for baseball in the Queen City. This is the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by Jim Beam. We're in Ohio for the finisher of a 4-game series between the San Francisco Giants and the Cincinnati Reds at Great American Ballpark. The Giants have taken the first 3 matchups in this series. Hello to everyone watching worldwide on YouTube. I'm Scott Braun in the studio, and we do this just about every week on YouTube. Tell your friends, youtube.com/MLB. We've got today's game exclusively right here, and I have a couple friends joining me as well, stationed in Texas together. Jeremy Affeldt played for both sides, but especially with San Francisco, 3 World Series rings. One of the best postseason ERAs we've ever seen. And then sitting next to him, Danny Graves, 2-time All-Star, some glorious days with the Cincinnati Reds in the late 90s and the early 2000s. Jeremy, thanks for the invite out there. It looks like I'm a little lonely here.
Yeah, well, I appreciate for you both coming on with me today.
And I appreciate being here, but that little talk about my little career, can you throw in some 3 rings even if I didn't win any?
I'll give you a ring today, Danny, if everything goes well. How about that? And you can start us off on this Cincinnati team. Nicholas Castellanos has been awesome this season for Cincinnati, especially late in games. How evolved does he look as a hitter this year?
Well, you know, when they signed him to the 4-year deal last year, didn't really get to see the Nick Castellanos that we all thought we were going to see. And a shortened season, of course, it's definitely a struggle for a lot of people. But you see the numbers that he's put up in 2021. This is what exactly we thought we could get out of Castellanos. He's just been phenomenal. Crushing fastballs this year. His contact on the barrel is better, no weak contact. But to me, the biggest thing, Scott, is he's been such a leader in that clubhouse. He's showing so much emotion, getting a lot of the guys in there, especially the young guys, pumped up to play this game.
That batting average is second in the NL to his teammate, Jesse Winker, and the Reds as a whole, identity has changed. Last year it was about pitching. This year it's about hitting. For the Giants, it's about everything working right now. And wait, hold on. Oh, it's 2021. I thought it was an even year, Jeremy. What's going on with this team? Why are they so smoking hot?
Well, I think you're not, with Buster Posey coming back and being as healthy as he has, it seems like the team has kind of followed his lead. We won't see him today, but they have followed his lead when it comes to offense. I mean, there's homers, there's walks, the team's hitting well, they're seeing the ball well, their approach is phenomenal, their starting pitching is great. You're seeing, you know, it seems like all the ex-Red pitchers went over and started dominating for the Giants, it seems like, and you got defense. That defense has been phenomenal this year. They're first in the least amount of errors, which allows the pitchers to just keep pitching, and they're unbeatable at home. So it's been pretty awesome to see. Again, no Buster, but everybody seems to follow his lead right now coming out the gate.
Pitching, hitting, and defense, that sounds like the right formula. Top team in Major League Baseball. And Johnny Cueto's back in town. Also, wait until you see Tyler Mahle's fastball. All of that coming up on a global stage, live on YouTube. We're going to swing back with lineups and first pitch from the big ballpark by the river.
Got him. Get after it, Sean. Here you go. Got him. Polanco didn't think so. Got him for his 3rd strikeout. 1-2 pitch. And he got him, and that'll end the inning.
Reynolds goes down swinging. He actually tipped a piece of it, but Posey held on. Strike 3. Frazier takes off, and he struck him out with the splitter. He threw a great one there. Got him with the splitter. Just nasty.
Guy knows how to pitch, man. He doesn't make many 2-strike mistakes, I'll tell you that much.
2-2. Fastball struck him out right into the mid of Posey. 2 down. 0-2. He got the splitter, and Gausman struck him out.
Too nasty.
Failure by me. Ben Gamble strikes out swinging. That's number 10 for Gausman. 1-2 in the dirt with the splitter. He went around. That's strike 3, Tom Hallion says.
Career high in strikeouts.
Number 12.
It's the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube, presented by Jim Beam. Today, we're at Great American Ballpark for the Reds and the Giants, finishing up their 4-game series on a Thursday afternoon. Scott Braun, Danny Graves, Jeremy Affeldt, and JP Morosi joining us soon. But now, time for Gabe Kapler's starting 9, presented by Jim Beam. Mike Yastrzemski's going to lead the way. Darren Ruff at first base today. Brandon Crawford back in the lineup after a day off yesterday, and look at what he's done in May. 325, 6 homers. He leads the team with 10 home runs on the season. Longoria cleaning up, Dickerson 5. Dubon is mic'd up today for us on YouTube. Then it's Duggar, Casali, and Johnny Cueto in the 9 spot, and he'll be on the mound. And Tyler Mahle is on the mound for Cincinnati. He's coming off a brilliant outing, a season-high 7 innings, 2 runs, 7 hits in Denver. And this is a guy who has an ERA south of 3 on the year. He keeps getting better the past few seasons, Danny, and the fastball velocity keeps ticking up. All right, we'll get back to Danny in just a sec, get his mic all squared away. But Mahle with a 53% four-seam fastball usage on the year, 35% slider, 12% with the splitter, a 7th-round selection in 2013 by the Cincinnati Reds. He debuted in August of 2017, really finding himself on the mound. And David Bell spoke to us yesterday about how he's a quiet, focused guy, and he gets better as the game goes on as well. Danny, you with us? Danny Graves.
So Tyler Mahle, he's been great. Here I am. How you doing? We've been here the whole time. So let's talk about Tyler Mahle, how good he's been for this ball club. And Scott, you mentioned all the averages against fastball and slider and split, and his fastball has been so good with the spin rate and the swing and misses. It's been remarkable for him this year.
There's a fastball up at 92, and you'll see that fastball velocity move its way up. 94 is the average. I saw him in his first start of the year go up to the 98 range. We are underway live on YouTube. The Giants matching up with the Reds, and Mike Yastrzemski facing a 1-0 count. Now 2-0.
This kid, Yaz, Danny, is, for me, he's the spark plug for the Giants. Last year he was phenomenal. He's slow to get going this year, but he is starting to pick up a notch. But I feel like once he gets going, it's going to even put these guys in a whole nother area.
Popped up, it's for Winker to make the catch. 1 down, and your Jim Beam pitcher breakdown on Tyler Mahle is the following, Danny.
So a few things that I like from Tyler today is he needs to command his fastball up in the zone, and that's usually late in the count to put batters away. He's got that high riding fastball with that spin rate that we talked about, and then a little better success against right-handed batters. Not that he's been bad, but his splits against lefties, he eats up the left-handed hitters, and it's 4 lefties, 4 righties today. And if we watch him go deep into the game, he just gets stronger as far as velocity as the game goes on.
He fires a strike to Darren Ruff. And Danny, last year we saw a repertoire change that really helped take him to the next level. Tyler essentially ditched the cutter, barely was using his curveball, amped up his slider usage, and he's a fastball guy.
Yeah, and that's the thing right there, Scott, that you mentioned. He was trying different things, different kind of breaking balls, and then you turn it into just one, then you have better success in trying to get a feel. When you have multiple breaking balls, it's hard to get a feel of those pitches consistently.
1-1 to Ruff. 2 balls and a strike. Now, at one point, Darren Ruff was a platoon player for San Francisco, linked up with the team last year, mostly playing against left-handed pitching. 2 balls and 2 strikes. But Gabe Kapler said even though he's better against southpaws, he works a great at-bat against everyone. And Jeremy, you told us probably an hour ago that he feels like every time he looks up, it's 3 balls and 2 strikes to Darren Ruff.
And that's why you want to have him at the top of the order. You're trying to get a guy that works deep into the counts, gives you a good at-bat. fouls off pitches like that where he just kind of stays alive. He knows that he can't do anything with that pitch, but he's just trying to foul it off. He's trying to let as many pitches come into the strike zone as possible. He's given his teammates a lot of looks, timing. He's just trying to run the pitch count up to show you, to get that pitcher working early in the game, but two, that's what he's doing. He's trying to see as many pitches as possible, giving the other guys in the lineup a chance to see as well.
Great battle here. Fouls back 95. Ruff is 4 for 21 on this road trip, last 7 games. Hard hit percentage has soared compared to last season. Last year, 44%. This year at 56. And hard hit is any baseball in play off the bat, 95 miles an hour or better. There's your 3-2 count.
Yeah, once again, he's full count. About 3 pitches earlier, he fouled that ball off, but all he did is put a note in the back of his head when he fouled that off saying that's out of the zone. I wanted to make sure it was out of the zone, but he still was able to make contact, which is a big deal, and that's why Gabe loves him so much. And you're seeing another full count, makes the pitcher work.
8th pitch of the at-bat, finds some open space, and Darin Ruf is in business, heading for 2, and he is in there with a 1-out double.
And that frustrates a pitcher more than anything. The guy battled me for 7-8 pitches, and I throw him a breaking ball, and then he ropes a double. But again, that's what the Giants seem to have been doing all year long. They're getting good at bats. They seem to have a game plan. They battle. They make it hard on pitchers. They don't just give away at bats, and then they make pitchers pay for mistakes when they do make them as they see more pitches. And honestly, that was as big of a big league at bat as you can have in a baseball game right there.
Great job setting the table for Brandon Crawford, who's having one of the best seasons of his career so far in the first 6-ish weeks of the season. Takes the pitch away. 10 home runs, best on the team. Most of those homers have been very valuable. 7 out of 10 have given San Francisco the lead or at least tied the game. He's hitting .325 this month. That's his ledger in the last 16.
It's kind of a standard for Brandon Crawford. He'll tend to start slow, but he also has those months where he carries baseball teams. He has these months, and these months are a big deal for the Giants when you've got an offense like you have, but then you have a shortstop, and usually you don't look at a shortstop as the guy you lean to for your offense, but he will have the ability to go months at a time where he will just hit 300-400 and hit 7-8 homers, and then he has some off months, but man, he has really shown this the earliest I've seen him with offensive explosions into my recollection, even playing with him. It's just a phenomenal deal to see him go up there and hit key homers in key situations, play unbelievable defense like he's been playing. And it's a veteran, and it's a veteran that's shown these young kids who have come up, recently in the last couple of years how to play in the big leagues. And I think overall he's just been a real leader on this team on and off the field, and it's been fun to watch him already this year.
There's that fastball up in the strike zone that I was talking about from Tyler Mahle, that if he gets good command of that, it could be a long day for the Giants offense. And the pitch right before that, kind of up and in on Crawford's hands that he took, was a strike, and that's the one that he needs to command, because if the umpire is going to call it a strike and they're not going to swing at it and they're not going to be able to get to it, that's the success that Mahle has with that fastball.
StatCast powered by Google Cloud. Give us the arsenal for Tyler Mahle. Here's the four seam, the slider, the splitter occasionally.
And his four seamer too, Scott, it's got movement. It's not just a straight four seamer that appears to rise. Some of the guys that have that with the spin rate, his fastball four seam moves kind of laterally at times. It's another great at bat here from one of the Giants players working a full count. And these are close pitches too that they're taking.
Yeah, they are definitely making him work. These balls are not that far off, and they're spitting on them though. That's what's impressive. They're not even making an attempt, and that was been my biggest thing for the Giants this year. It seems like this offense has a plan every at bat. They just seem super prepared, which is why they're the best team in baseball.
Underwater swing,
That
Crawford down on strikes. Malley fools him there for out number 2.
Well, in that bat to Darren Ruff, 3-2 slider, and 3-2 here to Crawford. You see that little changeup, and I mean, wasn't a great pitch, but speed differential and some movement, and down in the strike zone gets guys to chase.
And location of that pitch, that down and in to Crawford is something he likes to swing at. He likes to golf that, so he sees that ball, he commits to a fastball 3-2 right there, and that changeup, like you said, just that speed differential just allowed him to swing and miss.
Those lefties, they like that ball down and in.
Yeah.
Malley is one of the top strikeout artists in the game. And he's got a fastball in there to Evan Longoria, who's 1 for 8 in this series with 4 strikeouts. He was off to a fast start in April, actually 4 homers in his first 10 games. He's cooled off since then, hitting the ball as hard as he ever has in his career. But the difference between April and May has been more balls on the ground in the month of May off the bat.
Well,
Malley 20 pitches into his outing. Coming off a season-high 7 innings in Denver. It was the 4th time he's gone 7 in his career. He's never gone above that mark. And that one just misses wide.
And there you see he's been 92, 93, and that 0-2 fastball just off the plate. He kind of humped up a little, got 94. But what's different about his 92, it's so deceptive. 92 these days doesn't seem very, very hard, but the ball jumps out of his hand, Jeremy.
and to me, that's the key to pitching. Is it's not necessarily always how hard you throw it. It's the deception, because the hitter, a 92 might look 96 based on how it jumps, where it's at, location-wise, what you're setting the hitter up for. And you're starting to see that more and more in, for me, this year in baseball, is it's not about as much velocity as it's been the last couple years. These guys are starting to figure out that you still have to pitch. Can't just throw it as hard as you can and throw your breaking ball. And you're seeing a lot better results. I mean, look, we got, what, 6 no-hitters already this year? And it's not from guys throwing 100. It's from guys that are pitching. And the pitchers seem to be making adjustments, and they're using their fastball a lot more than they were the last couple years, from what I've seen. And with a pitcher like this, he seems to know what he's doing. He's just facing a really tough lineup right now that's super confident and has a great idea of the strike zone. And they're not swinging at those balls just off the plate already early in this game.
Payoff pitch is past Malley and past the infield. It's a base hit. Ruff being waved around. He's going to come in and score easily. It's an RBI knock for Evan Longoria to break the ice for San Francisco. It's 1-0.
Well, you know, you look at what's happening already, these last 3 hitters, and you just alluded to it, Jeremy, the 3-2 counts. These guys are seeing a lot of pitches. They're not swinging at pitches that are just off the plate. And Malley's close with a lot of these. But now I think the adjustment he has to make is don't go 3-2. When you get ahead early, finish them off and not try to just pick at the corners anymore.
Yeah, he's going to have to come at them with fastballs in the strike zone, forcing them to make commitments and swings, because that's the second now 3-2 slider that the Giants have hit. He threw a 3-2 changeup at Crawford. He's starting to show that he's going to probably throw, it seems like already in this game, he's getting to a full count and he's throwing an off-speed pitch. So hitters start to pick that up. But you got to tip the hat to the Giants hitters that they're making pretty good contact on those off-speed pitches. That wasn't a bad slider right there that Longoria went up the middle with. But he is seeming to be missing the strike zone with this fastball early in the count.
And when you see so many pitches, you can pick up the good pitches that he's throwing. So the sliders that are down and away, they've seen them. They've seen a bunch of them, so they're picking up the spin off of them.
A look at the Jim Beam defense for the Cincinnati Reds. And we'll go through their lineup in the next half inning. That's in the zone from Malley. even if they just come away with run here, a highly successful, very Giants-ish first inning. Second lowest swing percentage in baseball. They wait for their pitches, and they wear down opposing starters. Meanwhile, their starters have been going deep into games. 1-2 got him. So Miley picks up 2 strikeouts. His teammate Miley is going to join us in about an inning from now. Reds give up a run in the first. Johnny Cueto time coming up.
Winker launches to right field. That's plenty deep. It slams off the wall. Winker rumbles on up to second. A standing double. Right against the grain of the shift. Winker takes a turn. He's going to challenge for second. Guy Tom's throw skips away. Oh, the hustle from Jesse Winker. Winker unloads. Brubaker knows where that's going. Devastation by Jesse Winker. The 7th home run for Jesse Winker. Hard on the ground, through the whole base hit. Centel giving the wave. They test Gamble from left. The throw in, no chance. Centel dances across the dish, and the Reds take the lead on contact from Jesse Winker. Reds 2, Pirates 1. Outfield deep. And he sends that one just over second. Splashes on down in front of Blackmon. Another base knock for Jesse Winker. He is lethal.
I mean, who hits 375?
Giants punch a run across in the top of the first. It'll be Johnny Cueto on the mound facing this Red starting lineup presented by Jim Beam. Top 2 batting averages in the National League will lead the way with Winker and Castellanos, and Nick with a 7-game hit streak, 500 during that stretch. Tyler Stevenson yesterday at first, today at catcher, first time in the 3 spot in his career. Naquin, Suarez, Farmer, India, Blandino, and Malley round out the starting 9. Jesse Winker leads off. Jesse Winker is mic'd up today on YouTube.
Hey, Naquin. Bang! Puts it in for 3. Oh, I got that. I got it. Woo!
Danny, can we mic up Jesse Winker every single day, please?
He would love that. He would absolutely love that, because Jesse likes to talk more than we do. And if there was a mic on him, oh my goodness, he'd burn a hole through it.
He's not shy. He's also been great so far this season at the plate. 343, best in the National League, 8 home runs. Johnny Cueto's 3rd pitch of the day is inside.
He's probably talking right now, too. If he's not talking to somebody, he's talking to himself. I'm telling you, Wink is so funny. I just love his personality. They call him Da Wink there in Cincinnati. And yeah, he's just an amazing hitter, too. I know I keep making fun of him talking a lot, but he's a really good hitter.
Well, I'd talk a lot, too, if I had those numbers.
True, very true.
This is a talent. Last year, a bit quiet in July, and then he lit up in the month of August, ended up leading the team with a .544 slugging percentage, and he's going to get a free pass to start the day. And we're going to bring in the 4th member of our broadcast team. JP Morosi is in Cincinnati. Hey, JP.
Scott, good afternoon from Great American Ballpark. Johnny Cueto on the mound today for the Giants, just as he was for the Reds in his Major League debut back in April of 2008. April the 3rd, there he is on the mound. So many names from that box score, Scott. How about David Weathers follows him to the mound? David Weathers' son, Ryan, is now in the same division as Cueto in the NL West. Ken Griffey Jr. was in the Reds starting lineup that day as well, and part of the Cueto battery today, a former Red in Curt Casali. Scott?
Many connections today, JP. This is actually the third day in a row with a former Red starting for San Francisco. Those are Cueto's numbers this season. 8 years with Cincinnati, a 3.21 ERA and over 200 starts. And it's a tale of pre-IL and post-IL for Cueto. He was great, and then he hit the shelf. A tight lat was the problem for him. 7 runs in 7 1/3 since he came back in a couple outings. But he's working his way back, Jeremy.
Yeah, he is. I actually, seeing those clips, I don't think he's had a haircut since his opening day debut.
Probably not.
Back in Cincinnati. I was actually his teammate for that game. But, yeah, you know what? He has been working his way back, and he's dealt with some different injuries off and on. But for me, starters tend to be a little bit slow coming back off the IL, especially when it's a lat deal, because you're trying to trust your body. You're trying to feel for it again. When that lat shrinks from injury, you don't have the same arm speed or same release point. So I think he'll get it going again, but I think it's just a matter of him getting his rhythm and timing in his finish with his pitches. And it just seems like he's been a little bit slow coming back, but he's not as young as he once was when he first started. So it takes a little bit.
Troublesome start for him. First 2 of the game for Cincinnati reach. Winker walks, Castellanos singles, and that brings us to Tyler Stevenson, who's been electric at home this year with a .394 batting average. And that pitch skips away, and both runners will stay put. Not far enough from Curt Casali.
Well, that's smart by the base runners right there in that situation. They know how quick Curt Casali is behind the plate from playing with him for so many years. But you see this, it's a tough pitch to get to, and Curt does everything to keep it around him. But we talked about this, Jeremy, in the green room. His release, when he throws that ball, it's so quick.
Yeah, and it's nice to have a catcher. Usually your backup catcher, he's a catch and throw guy. That's what he does. But this guy is definitely on a different level. He's very smart in the games that he calls, and he's got to kind of work with the pitches. And right now he's probably having to overthink a little bit with Cueto's command kind of being all over the place. But definitely a guy that you're not going to want to run on and give away outs, because he'll take those from you.
Cueto's trying to find it. 3 misses to Stevenson with Naquin waiting on deck.
And this is a tough ballpark to try to find it in. One of the things about this ballpark is you're going to give up your homers, but it's the walks and it's the singles and it's the being behind in the count. It can bite you. This is a really dangerous park to try to make these hitters feel like they have any kind of advantage. It's definitely can be an unfun day for some pitchers.
Well, yeah, if you're having trouble finding it, you could find them in the bleachers over there in the Ohio River.
Yeah.
A little more on Johnny Cueto, your pitcher breakdown, presented by Jim Beam. Jeremy?
Well, I think with Johnny, his day game success is a big deal. He likes to mix and match pitches. He likes to move the ball around. He likes to change all the different arm slots and his different rhythm. That can mess with some hitters in day games, especially after a late night game. But the important thing for him right now is to pitch as deep as possible and stay ahead in the count. That's going to be a big deal for the Giants today going home.
Just what he needs. The Giants turn 2. And Tyler Stevenson is doubled up as Winker moves to third. Big ground ball out, queued up by Johnny Cueto, and this DP started up by Evan Longoria.
Like we were talking about pitching ahead or pitching deep into the games and getting ahead in the count, especially with this weekend coming up. Today's a big game. They have a Dodgers series that is a very big series, and seeing him go deep into the game and try to save this pen for that series is going to be a big deal. And staying ahead in the count is the way to go deep into the ball games. Getting key double plays like we just saw is another way to do it. It's a dangerous way to do it, but it is another way to do it. But Johnny's got the repertoire to do it. He's got the arsenal, and he's really smart. He can pitch himself out of jams, but with him coming off the IL like that, he's going to need to limit his pitch count as much as possible in the next few innings.
After today, 7 of the next 10 for the Giants come against the Dodgers. Cueto now picking up the pace, and he's ahead 1-2 on Naquin.
Yeah, so like you're seeing here, I mean, 2016, that was a pretty impressive year. 2015 was too, actually, you know, with the Royals, and he comes into 2016, signs that big deal, has an unbelievable year, has a great playoff run against the Cubs, pitched a great game, didn't get the win for that, and then he's dealt with some injuries. Obviously, he's had some arm injuries, he's had some arm surgeries since then, but you will start to see these pitchers, they break down, and one of the things that these veteran pitchers will start to do is they will end up pitching to contact more than they used to, just because they don't feel like being out there longer than they have to be. But because of the injuries, you're going to see Cueto try to. But 94, he don't seem that. I think his lat's doing okay.
There's the stuff. It's there for Cueto. Just had to get settled in. 2 reach, no problem. Double play strikeout to end the inning.
So now base hit could mean an RBI for Wilmer Flores. The Giants with a 1-0 lead here in the 4th inning. That is hit well. Deep right. Still going. Adios! Pelota! 3-run opposite field home run. Yaz has had a single, an infield hit, and a slide out to center.
The pitch. Swinging a high fly ball to right. Hit very well. It is out of here. And the Giants lead 4-0.
2 down, nobody on. Here is Dubon, who's 0 for 2. That ball is smoked. Deep left center field, way back there. Adios, Pelota. Mauricio Dubon.
Starts with that first man getting on. Sends that one opposite way. Outfielders had been shallow. That ball is deep, and it's gone. Still down 4. High fly, deep left. Talkman watches. Does it carry? Yes! Back-to-back jacks. 6-3.
Tyler Rogers comes in. Slater says, I got it, and he does, and that's the ball game.
Giants up 1-0 as we roll into the 2nd inning, and another unique aspect of watching games on YouTube is our interactive polling feature that allows you to offer a multiple choice response to questions posed in the live game commentary. It's not a test, it's for fun. Stay tuned. The results will be revealed and discussed as we continue along. Let's bring in our very first poll question of the day related to the best team in Major League Baseball. The San Francisco Giants have the best record. Which 2020 non-playoff team has the best chance to make an October run? Giants, Mets, Red Sox, and Phillies. Scott Braun, Danny Graves, and Jeremy Affeldt. Get ready for your test answers after this pitch comes through from Tyler Mahle to Mauricio Dubon in there for a strike. Okay, Jeremy, which team of the 4 do you think makes it to the playoffs this year?
You know, it's going to seem like a cliche answer because of the record, but I think the Giants have the best shot. The way they're running the game with a little bit of some analytics and then keeping the human side of the game, the way the pitchers are continuing to pitch the way they are, and the bullpen coming in strong, their offense, they're one of their biggest leaders, if not their biggest leader on the field. Buster Posey's back healthy. I think it's, for me, the Giants.
And I suppose you're going to ask me too then, right? Are you?
Of course.
Or I probably shouldn't answer this.
No, Danny, of course. You need to follow Jeremy and let me know if you
was
agree.
Feeling left out.
That's the thing,
He
though.
was feeling a little left out.
Danny, you're always going to be included in our conversations today for both sides. Comebacker to Mahle, and he puts away Dubon. You just might have a different take from a guy who says, hey, the Giants are going to make noise, even though 2 of the more talented teams in the division, the San Diego Padres and the Dodgers, are there as well, but the Giants have just been this complete ball club. So do you agree that San Francisco has the best shot of those 4?
Well, let me just start by saying I was trying to be quiet to try to avoid the question, but then I just couldn't stand it, so I had to throw something out there. So here's my answer. It's the same as Jeremy's. I have to go with what he said too, because one, their pitching is probably one of the best in the National League, if not all of baseball, and their defense. Their defense is the best in the National League, and of course, we talked earlier, the right formula is pitching, defense, and timely hitting, right? So it'd be hard to say that the Giants won't make the playoffs, as long as they stay healthy, of course.
third best ERA in Major League Baseball. San Francisco's starting pitching, too, has been beyond expectations so far in the first 6 weeks of the season. Alex Wood will go tomorrow for them against LA. Johnny Cueto wiggles out of the first inning after allowing the first 2 to reach for Cincinnati. This is Steven Duggar in the 7-hole for San Francisco, and it's a 2-1 count.
I do see why Mahle has ridiculous numbers against left-handed hitters. Like you and I were talking about earlier, Danny, before we even started the game, how he pitches inside to lefties is pretty good, and it does run back, but he keeps them from getting extended. He doesn't make them get, he doesn't allow them to get comfortable at all. Sets up check swings like that, gives weak contact, and you're going to have results like that. But that fastball in is going to be pretty important to the lefties against these Giants lefties.
2 comebackers produce easy outs, and there are the splits for Mahle, dominating against left-handed hitting so far this season.
Yeah, it's amazing, the numbers, and to me, to go along with Jeremy's point, that it's the way that he commands that fastball to the lefties. And you notice he commands it better to the lefties than the righties, because he starts it a little bit in on their hands as a lefty, and it doesn't look like it's a strike, but then he pounds it right there in the strike zone, where righties, on the other hand, they see the ball away and they just take it. They don't offer at it. So he's been phenomenal adjusting his game plan, especially to the lefties this year.
He's gone up against his former teammate from a year ago. Curt Casali was a Red from 2018 to 2020.
I always hated facing former teammates, especially catchers.
I didn't want to look him in the eye.
No.
I just didn't want to look at him. Because see, like that smile, that would bother me.
Casali's staring him down and turning it into a hit. And he's going to pull up at first. It's a 2-out single for Curt Casali with a little smile and a stare down, and look at him go.
And I'm telling you, no lie, I was right before that pitch. I was going to say it's usually a guaranteed hit too.
Yeah, yeah.
When you're facing the other guy and he makes you laugh like that.
Ugh. That's not a bad pitch. I mean, they're doing, the Giants right-handers right now are doing a really good job of either spitting on that pitch or going with that pitch up the middle. The approach right now, Mahle's not pitching bad. He's got 40 pitches in a 1 1/3 or 1 2/3. He's not pitching bad. He's just, it just seems like they're just battling him.
He loves the comebackers today, though. 3 ground ball outs right to Tyler Mahle. Nice ovation, too, for Johnny Cueto when he stepped up. That classy Cincinnati crowd. It's 1-0 Giants.
1-1-2 the Reds have. Winker at the plate, Castellanos on deck, and that one is rocketed deep right center field. Healthy retreat, and it carries, it's gone! A wink and a bomb! And the Reds get their first inning run in a while. 1-0.
And the Giants are in business here in the 4th inning with runners at the corners and nobody out. Alex Dickerson doubled first time up.
Down the right field line. Deep, way back there. Goodbye! A 3-run homer for Alex Dickerson, and the Giants jump ahead 3-1. Crawford has struck out, singled, and hit into a fielder's choice. So he is 1 for 3.
Crawford hits one very high, very deep, very fair. Out of here!
4 runs in the game, all on home runs.
2 outs with Blandino at first.
And here's the pitch to Winker. He swings, and it's a line drive right to Dubon at second. He grabs it on a hop and throws him out at first. And just like that, 7 strong for DeSclafani back in Cincinnati against his old team.
We're in the home second with 5, 6, and 7 coming up. For the Reds, what's the bobblehead bump? And how did Willie Mays kick off a bobblehead craze twice? Tune in tomorrow to Quick Question on youtube.com/MLB to find out. Scott Braun, Danny Graves, Jeremy Affeldt, and JP Morosi is at Great American Ballpark. Sunshiny day. Reds down by a run. Their turn to bat against Johnny Cueto. Let's set up the Jim Beam defense for San Francisco this afternoon as Cueto plays catch with Kirk Casale. Evan Longoria at the hot corner next to the veteran elite glove in Brandon Crawford. Dubon plays a mean second base, roughs at first. Outfield from left to right, Dickerson, Duggar, and Yastrzemski. And the ballpark will continue to fill up as parks across Major League Baseball welcome back more and more fans, a welcome sight. And I know neither of you dealt with the 2020 weirdness of no fans at the park as Suarez shoots one over to his counterpart at third. Longoria puts him away. But Danny and Jeremy, I can only imagine how much your appreciation level goes up as a former player when you see what baseball was like without fans a year ago.
Yeah, it's got to be a huge relief to play in front of people. And, you know, last year doing games and calling games for the Reds, it was tough as an announcer when there was no fans in the stadium. So I can't imagine what it's like for the players. But, yeah, it's so great to see a lot of fans able to get back into the game and enjoy baseball again.
Yeah, I don't do well. Even as a player, if you played in stadiums that just didn't have a lot of crowds, you almost could hear the crowd, and I hated hearing. I wanted the white noise. So to be completely silent would have been miserable. It would have. You almost felt like it would be like a pickup game, not like an actual this counts type game. You know, like it would be really hard for me to get. I like the emotion. I like the electricity of the baseball game. I fed off of it. It just was good for me. So to have a silent game like that, especially for veteran players that have been around a long time, had been super difficult for those guys to get up for some of these games. And it is really good to see these stadiums start to fill up again. In fact, I think I read Cincinnati June 2nd, right? Their next homestand, it's wide open, isn't it?
Yes. Yep. I believe so.
That's awesome. Normal life is awesome. Johnny Cueto to Jonathan India. There's a strike after Kyle Farmer popped the ball up in foul ground. Casale made the catch. And also, by the way, a couple guests joining us in the dugout today for a half inning. The first one is after this second frame concludes. That's Wade Miley. So YouTube creators, you know what to do in the live chat. Questions for Mr. Miley, who's coming off a no-hitter a few starts ago. Let us know what you've got, and we'll relay them over to Miley when we chat in just a bit on YouTube. Oh, nice pause. And Cueto brings strike two. Now, in the media guide, Johnny Cueto officially has 4 different windups. Traditional, normal, basic, boring. Double shimmy, shimmy pause, which we just saw, and the quick pitch, too.
And, you know, just to let you know, Scott, I was picking up what you were putting down earlier when you said he wiggled out of the first inning. I love it.
You like that?
That's why you're a genius, man. Yes, I love it.
Well, we went to the same college, both University of Miami grads, so we think alike.
That's
we finish
right.
each other's sentences. Shout out to the U.
Well, I didn't go to college, so I don't even know what it means to finish a sentence.
Well, you know, it's funny. I told Scott yesterday when we were talking that at Miami they kind of just taught us baseball and nothing else. So that's just what happens, you know.
That's what we needed. That is hard hit off the bat of India, pass short, and it's a 2-out single.
But talking about these windups, Scott, the thing that is very difficult and what these fans maybe can't even see because Cueto makes it look easy, but pitching is all about timing, release point, balance. And for a pitcher to do all these different things, the boring one, the quick pitch, the shimmy, and then he'll do like a delayed shimmy. Like it's just crazy what he does, but still allows himself to be able to throw strikes with these pitches. It's very difficult to do. And you have to be, I mean, you got to be an athlete. Obviously, I was not an athlete, so I was just hoping to get it to the plate. But the way that this guy can like do all these different things and then think about pitching and why he's throwing a certain pitch. There's a lot going on in Cueto's world, and he's been able to do it very, very well and very, very effectively.
No balls in a strike to first baseman, number 8 hitter Alex Blandino. Well, think about it. So many pitchers seeking consistency in their delivery. Many of them in the past few years shortening up their delivery and just pitching out of the stretch and finding success there. And then there's Johnny Cueto.
Yeah. Well, there's always been the talk of repeating your mechanics and repeating your delivery, and it's hard enough to pitch out of the stretch with a quick pitch.
And pick guys off.
There you go.
That is a quick throw over to first. The snap, and Johnny Cueto catches Jonathan India. And we'll make sure no one's challenging that. Johnny's a vet. He knows how the replay system works. David Bell says, "No, we're good. That happened." And the inning is over. So a 2-out single for India, but the veteran Johnny Cueto, so sly, gets out of the second.
That marks the first time in this game the Giants have gotten their leadoff man aboard in an inning. So here is Talkman. Base hit to left field, and Dubon is off and running. Winker comes up throwing. Dubon scores. The ball is cut off and to second base, and Talkman is out at second. But the Giants have a 1-0 lead.
Kevin Gausman's been good once again, as he has been all year. Once again going 6 innings pitched. Every start this year he's gone at least 6 innings and 8 strikeouts. That's 1,001 career strikeouts.
So here's Suarez. And he throws one up, and Longoria is on the backhand, and his throw is perfect. What a play to open up the bottom of the 7th inning by Evan Longoria.
The guy's good over there.
Now here's a tough spot. Buster Posey, 5 grand slams on his career.
Buster, it's a high fly ball to left. Hit well into the gap. It's up against the wall. 1 run's going to score. 2 runs are going to score. 3 runs are going to score. As Buster Posey clears the bases.
And the Giants have a 4-0 lead.
A 1-run edge for the Giants after 2. Time to pay off our first poll of the day on YouTube. I heard that, Jeremy. Which 2020 non-playoff team has the best chance to make an October run? You go Giants.
I mean, because this means it's actually going to happen.
Yeah, right. The poll and both color guys said it.
Yeah, exactly.
This is an informed audience. Smart choice by the YouTube crowd. Red Sox finish in second with 30% of the pie as we get ready to start the 3rd inning. Tyler Mahle matching up with the top of the order for the Giants with the best record in baseball at 27-16. It is Mike Yastrzemski, and Mahle finds the zone for strike 1, and his teammate joins us right now for this next half inning, a Jim Beam interview with Wade Miley. Wade, how you doing today? I'm going to do the one unfun question, and then we're going to have a blast here for this half inning. How's the foot? Are you okay?
Yeah, it's going to be all right. A little tweaked it last night in the box. Not athletic enough to hit. It's a shame, but it is what it is. We're going to be fine.
Good to know. And give us your scouting report on Tyler Mahle from what you've seen today so far, and also on the season, how he continues to improve the last few years.
Yeah, he's been great. He's, I think he's believing in himself, trusting his pitches, knowing they work at this level. He's attacks the zone constantly, and he has the pretty good slider and the really good split to complement his fastball, which is he's surgical with that thing.
Wade, congratulations, of course, on the no-hitter and the National League Player of the Week. My question is, do you have another tattoo? Because we all know the story, right? The Hulk tattoo.
Yeah, we tried again yesterday. It wasn't as successful, but my little boy thinks he's famous, and he's going to put. Well, I can't say he thinks. He is. He's famous now, and he provides the tattoos every day before I pitch, and I'm going to just let him stick them wherever he wants to stick them.
And your son Jeb has mentioned that, Wade. Hey, I'm famous when he came back the day after your no-hitter, and you were talking about him and his tattoo collection. I'm sure he watches a lot of YouTube too, so now he's going to get some play on here.
Yeah, he'll see it. They came to the game today, so he's in the stands watching. But I'm sure my wife will find a way to get this on so he can see it. He loves hearing people talk about him, and he loves all the attention. So it's great.
That's awesome. Yastrzemski walks, and let's go back to May 7th. This is how the Reds started off their season-high 9-game road trip. Wade Miley was dominant. Cutter, changeup, hitting the right spots. And Wade, the ball barely left the infield. When you looked back at how you did, what was your own scouting report on that outing?
I just feel like they kind of showed earlier they were going to be aggressive. So I just kept kind of like playing with the edges and just kept expanding in, and they kept going with me farther and farther in, farther and farther away. And we stayed with that plan throughout the game, used the fastball enough to just kind of protect the cutter end, and was fortunate enough they hit it at people, and we got it done.
Wade, this is Jeremy Affeldt, man. I'll be honest with you. I think everybody is kind of in the same boat when it comes to 6 no-hitters already at the beginning of this season. Have you guys talked about that in the clubhouse on why that seems to be? Is you see anything, or is it you think it's just one of those weird, hey man, once you have never ever seen it all in baseball until you see something the next year? So is that the feeling, or what do you think's going on here?
I'm not exactly. I don't know if it's the shifts, if the baseballs. I don't know if it's. I mean, the information that we get as pitchers, it's hard to hit. Like we all wanted to be hitters when we were little. The guys that couldn't hit turned into be pitchers. It is what it is. But it's really hard to hit, and the information that we get day in and day out to, I guess, exploit their weaknesses. I just think it makes it even tougher. The shifts, the guys feel like they don't have anywhere to go offensively, and playing the long game, trying to hit the homer and more strikeouts happen. It's tougher to hit like that, but I don't really have an answer. It's definitely crazy. I mean, there's been 2 or 3 thrown since May 7th, and that's incredible.
Yeah, I think
10 days apart, and there's been 3 no-hitters.
Crazy. Chances are high that this season's going to break the record. I feel like that's fair. The record, I think, is 8 or 9? 8.
At the pace right now, there's probably going to be another one going on here shortly, yeah.
Yeah, we get the alert.
Somewhere today.
We get the alert just about every day, and it's getaway day. That is solidly struck by Darren Ruff, and he's in business as Mike Yastrzemski takes a long look around second, but he's going to scurry back to the bag. So 2 on to start this 3rd inning for San Francisco as we give you more no notes on Wade Miley. 48 total swings by opponents, 20 in play, 19 foul balls, 9 whiffs, 4-seam velocity at 89, average exit velocity exceptional, 84.7. Wade, take us through the evolution of a starter throughout his career, what you learn as a starting pitcher, and also as your stuff changes, how you're able to adjust to that personally and thrive at this stage in your career.
I think it's one of those things where you just can never quit learning. You always got to be an open ears and listen to people. And I think the older I've gotten, the more I've been around people and just understanding who I am, not trying to be somebody else. Understanding I don't throw 95, I don't have wipeout stuff, I don't have a wipeout slider, breaking ball, and just learning how to use it, learning to read swings, try to figure out what the hitter's doing in the first couple pitches and kind of attack that, and just trying to just get knowledge from others, the people that have already done it. And gosh dang it,
Brandon Crawford drops one into right, and Yastrzemski's being waved around, and he will come in to make it 2-0 San Francisco. It's an RBI knock for Brandon Crawford to drive in the 2nd run of the day. But Wade, let's continue. I have a couple questions from our YouTube creators as we look at what Crawford did. So first one from Jolly Olive. What was more thrilling, pitching in a World Series or throwing a no-hitter?
I never pitched in the World Series. I was just there. So I mean, the World Series is the most unbelievable thing that I've ever been a part of by far, just because that's a bunch of grown men. We're trying to, win a ring, and it's the crazy things you do to get there, and just being in that situation in 2019 was really special. But on a selfish, I guess, individual level, obviously the no-hitter was is pretty high up there.
Jolly Olive, you have a little more homework to do next time, but that's okay. Cowboy Jeff, would you trade?
I was there for it. It was
exactly
close enough. Yeah.
Yes. Cowboy Jeff,
would you? I had the best seats in the house.
Yeah. Oh, and it was awesome. and I'm sure you'll be back.
Yep.
Here's one from Cowboy
I
Jeff.
hope.
Would you trade your no-hitter for the Rookie of the Year award?
I don't believe so. I don't think so. That was all cool and stuff. It is what it is. No, I probably wouldn't. The no-hitters probably means more.
That makes me wonder if that was from Cowboy Jeff Brantley.
Yeah, I think
that
it
asked
was.
that question. Has he asked you that in the clubhouse at all, Wade? At all? At any point?
I haven't got that question. I haven't got that question. Nope.
Well, you just did.
You just did. So I got another question. I'm going to go off topic. Off topic again. So after your no-hitter, I heard your interview on the field, and you said that the tattoos, you're scared of needles. Well, if you say that the tattoo didn't work last night, now it's time to get a real tattoo. So we got to get over this needle fear, don't we?
Yeah, the needle fear is tough. It's a real thing. It's a real thing. I feel like I got some teammates who are going to get the Hulk tattoo before I will. I get tough, and I'm going to go there. I'm going to do it. I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it. When I get in there and they cut that machine on, it's full panic, and I'm out. The hardest part of my whole career has been the giving blood the first day of spring training when it starts. Once I get through that, I'm fine.
I hate that. Do you look away when they're doing it?
Oh, man, do I look away? Sometimes I fall asleep, pass out, whatever you want to call it, yeah.
Well, plus I heard your dad is not a fan of the permanent tattoos and almost fell for it when he saw you on the no-no back in early May and then was told, it's just Jeb passing along a temp.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it'd bother him too much. I don't think it'd be too big of an issue, but it's more just I've always wanted a tattoo, just the pure fear of the needle, putting it on there.
Hey, Wade, one last question from me. We were talking with Gabe Kapler a little bit today, and he had said something that was pretty awesome when we talk about analytics, and you had mentioned all the information that you as players are getting now. And he said one of his adjustments as a manager this year, where the Giants have had a lot of success, is he's not just using the numbers, but he's creating an art piece with the players and with how to use the numbers and the players' strengths. And with you're seeing, what I like to see is the velocity that you starters are throwing no-hitters with is not 98 to 100. It's 89, 90, 91. Like you said, you've learned to work with it. And I might be old school, but I feel like that is the key right now, the way these hitters are trying to lift. Like you said, the lift and separate, long ball, get long. For you veteran pitchers to bring that back of utilizing, hey, let's learn to pitch and let's learn to not go for the strikeout, but let's learn to back it down, mix and match, move the ball in and out, try to get them, put it in play, and let your defense play a little bit, because these guys are going to be in swing mode. The hitters seem to be an offensive, like, I'm going to try to swing hard, lift the ball, and it seems like that art is starting to come back with you guys. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%. And I think it plays in, like, the favor of, like, I guess not the old, I mean, the way I pitch, the way guys pitch that don't have 98 with banging curveballs, because we want you to try. I want you to go up there and try to hit homers off me every time. I feel like I have the advantage there, because you're going to be that aggressive. I can move the ball around. Where you got some of these young guys coming in the league throwing 100, spinning things outrageously. The thought pitching never crosses their mind. It's just like stuff versus a guy swinging as hard as he can. So I mean, the homers are going to get hit more because of that, because they're not locating, that setting up pitches, in my opinion. And it's great because their stuff is so good. And you see a lot of punch outs, but it's maybe a tick boring in a sense. Like I look at Trevor Bauer, like that's a guy has elite stuff and knows how to pitch. That, to me, that's incredible. That's probably why he is who he is. Your Garrett Coles, your Verlanders, those guys like that. They had the elite stuff and they know how to pitch. I wish there was a way we could, like, talk to some of these young guys about doing that, learning how to pitch, learning, like, you know, setting hitters up and counts and stuff like that, rather than just getting in there ripping balls as hard as you can. But I feel like over time they'll learn that.
RBI knock for Dickerson. So here's what we're going to do, Wade. We'll let you go. We appreciate the time, and we know in baseball,
this is bad luck for the Reds right now.
Yeah, exactly. Superstitious. You're going to take off the headset. Mally's going to escape. All right, that's the plan. Ready? Go.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it, Wade. Yeah, he rips that off, and then hopefully his teammate Tyler Mahle can rebound from a very, very rocky start to this third inning against the San Francisco team that has the game plan going this afternoon. No outs. Mauricio Dubon up next for the Giants, as they've scored twice here in the third. And that pitch misses away. So After the mound visit, Dickerson pounces, and he drives in a run. Yastrzemski started off the inning with a walk, and then a couple base hits in a row for Ruff and Crawford. A free pass for Longoria. Dickerson with a single to score a run. And this is Dubon, who bounced out in his first trip and just shoved the bat down as he avoided that baseball. A lot of command issues coming here from Tyler Mahle in the third inning. And I got to say, Danny, uncharacteristic based off what we've seen from him in the first 6 weeks of the season.
It's very uncharacteristic. And to me, in watching pitch by pitch, the Giants are doing a great job laying off some close pitches, but the fastball command is not there, and it seems like he is giving up on it a little bit. And what I mean by that, he's throwing a lot more off speed. You know, his percentages for fastball, slider, and splits are so much different. You know, 53% fastball and only 35% slider on the year. It seems like he's thrown more sliders and changeups today than he has fastballs. And when he's successful, he establishes the fastball and then uses the secondary pitches to get guys out.
Goes with the heat and blows it past Dubon. 2 strikes against him.
And to my point right there, it's a 2-1 hitters count, bases loaded. You know the guy's going to come out of his shoes, and Mahle challenged him with a four-seamer right down the middle of the plate, and they still weren't able to catch up to it. So to me, that's saying trust your fastball a little bit more than you have already.
Defense and double play depth, and we'll do another 2-2 count. And you mentioned Jeff Brantley earlier, Danny. I think we can play off his point that he made in the last start for Tyler Mahle when he was in Denver. He said, you know what, this year the stuff's so good, he doesn't need to waste pitches anymore. Play off your last pitch, attack, because the stuff is elite. And you can see last 2 starts, 3 runs in 12 and a third. Today, already 3 runs allowed, no outs recorded in this third inning.
Yeah, and you know, it's not just Tyler. I think a lot of pitchers get into the kind of the rut of trying to pick at the corners of the plate instead of just finishing guys off, and then next thing you know, you're working behind or working full counts often.
Dubon to the right side with open space, and that'll score another one for the Giants. They move station to station and make it 4-0. 4 RBI hits for Giants players today, 3 of them coming in the third. And they are all over Tyler Mahle.
Yeah, and like Danny was saying, it's his fastball command. He is throwing a lot of off speed in the strike zone. They seem to be they're taking these fastballs. But when he does come with that fastball up, which he has a really good fastball and he can do, but he's going to be more successful when he keeps that fastball in the upper quadrants of the strike zone on the corners. And those fastballs right there are just over the middle, allowing him to get more barrel on the ball, and you're going to get cheap hits like that when you do that. So for me, it was just his fastball command today that just was not executed all that well, and they knew he was throwing his off speed for strikes, so the hitters go up there and they start looking for those, and then when he makes a mistake with his fastball over the middle, they hit it. So it's an unfortunate outing for him, but that kid's got really good stuff. He's got a pretty big career ahead of him.
David Bell takes the baseball. Michael Feliz is summoned from the bullpen in a 4-0 game, and a ton of trouble brewing here in the third in Cincinnati.
Since his major league debut as a player with the Houston Astros at Shea Stadium more than 41 years ago, it's difficult to imagine a fuller baseball life. Bruce Bochy played alongside Tony Gwynn in the 1984 World Series, then managed him in the Fall Classic 14 years later. His tenure with the Giants began in Barry Bonds' final season, culminated in Buster Posey's 10th, and included the memorable day in September 2014 when he summoned his son, Brett, for his major league debut.
Now we're going to see a moment that Bruce Bochy's been waiting for a long time, and he's calling his son into a big league baseball game.
And that's the first time ever in the history of the game.
He's received abiding ovations in ballparks near and far, as fans throughout the major leagues recognize what Bochy's coaches and players have known since his managerial debut at the tender age of 40. This is a man with unsurpassed love and understanding for baseball, and just as crucially, for those who play the game.
viewing experience, don't forget to check out YouTube's live game commentary featuring MLB, the Giants, the Reds, and a great group of YouTube creators with us today. You can view the live game commentary on your computer, your smart TV, of course your mobile device. We'll keep an eye on that live game commentary throughout the broadcast, and they'll include some questions for our guests like they did for Wade Miley. They'll provide some insight, some questions for Jeremy Affeldt and for Danny Graves, and maybe JP Morosi as well, as Michael Feliz enters the game for Tyler Mahle. It wasn't Mahle's day, and before today, he had failed to go 5 innings just one time this season, and he leaves after 6 outs today. The Giants showing off their patience, their persistence in their game plan today. And now Feliz takes over, making his 3rd appearance as a Red. A waiver claim from Pittsburgh back earlier in the month of May. Didn't pitch for about 10 days. And now he's popped up a few times this week. Numbers are superb so far this season. And Steven Duggar's the batter with the bases loaded. 2 misses to start off the day. He's mostly fastball slider. And of course the question you're going to get, Danny, is, well, Michael Feliz looked pretty good in his first couple outings with the Reds. ZRA's nice on the year. Pittsburgh's the last place ball club. Why was he a waiver claim?
You know, these are questions that I will never be able to answer. And there's something in the front office. They see these guys that they just end up giving up on, guys that have great arms. You know, it could have been a roster spot issue. It could have been something happened in the clubhouse. You just never know. But yeah, it is strange, Scott, that you see a guy with this good of an arm just get designated for assignment by a team that's in last place. Sorry, I can't help you there, but that's all I got for
That's all I needed. That's on the ground, and that is going to be a foul ball. And whew, Evan Longoria is just checking himself, Jeremy. Am I good?
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That didn't touch me.
Oof, yeah, Longoria, man, he is not young enough to be moving around like that. Yeet.
Woo.
Oh.
He almost tried to like walk right into it.
I give it to him. That was cat-like for his age. That was cat-like.
His baseball instincts are off the charts. Still 2-2 to Duggar. Yeah, fix that. Still getting himself together. It's like when you're rushing out of the house. Hold on, okay, I'm good. Longoria, Dickerson, and Dubon on the base paths. Duggar with a great line in his career with the bases loaded. And now a full count.
Some of the toughest situations to come in as a reliever is bases loaded and no outs. You have no place to put a guy. You have no opportunity to not have a bad hitter or a slow start. You have your best act. You have to throw strikes, and you're trying to get out. So, for me, the calmest way I could be in this situation is just out to out, limit as much damage as possible, but I've got to get out. So that's my most important thing.
In the zone, 95 down. It's socked by Duggar as Naquin gives it a look, and it's gone. Steven Duggar loads up, and it's a grand slam for the Giants to make it 8-0 San Francisco. What a blast off the bat of Duggar, his 2nd of the season, and he was all over that fastball.
And not something I would have said I would have thought happened there. He has the potential to hit for some power, but that's the last thing I would have said I saw coming. But like we talked about earlier in the broadcast, you cannot put guys on. You're going to give up homers in this ballpark. It's going to happen. But where you get stung is when you walk a guy, give up a couple hits, get 1 and 2 guys on, rally starts, and then all of a sudden they click you right there. Like, that's the most frustrating thing about this ballpark is that kind of stuff can happen pretty easily and very, very quickly.
Well, for Duggar, you mentioned he's not a big power hitter, but he's looking to drive the ball to the outfield to get at least 1 run, and he ends up hitting it out of the ballpark. And as a reliever coming in, yeah, you want to have some damage control. You know, you may give up 1 or 2, but you don't want to give up 4, that's for sure.
And that was Adam Dunn area right there. That was off the back wall. I'm pretty sure from what I saw that it didn't land on the grass. Did it, Scott? Wasn't that? That was probably off the back wall, I kind of feel like.
Let's run it back. We'll give you another look in a sec. That's a happy guy who loves hitting in this ballpark, actually. Steven Duggar, just his 8th career home run.
Yeah.
True. But he entered the day 370, 3 doubles, 5 RBIs. In a bit of a short span, of course, at Great American. But Steven Duggar had struggled the past couple years at the plate. Quite the pick-me-up this afternoon. Cut and a miss from Casale. He's down on strikes. 427 feet, and forget me, Jeremy. Let's go to JP. He's there at the ballpark. Where did it go?
Scott, yes, sources, and by that I mean my eyes, can confirm that was on the fly off the windows of the center field club here atop the batter's eye at Great American Ballpark. That is a serious drive to center field. And Scott, to answer as well your question earlier about Michael Feliz, was told that, as Danny alluded to, a bit of a roster crunch. The Pirates loved him. They just had a lot of young players they wanted to get on the roster. So that was the reason there. And yes, I can confirm my ears still ringing from the sound of that impact here in center field.
Yeah, the ball can't go there, but that's a long way, man. Off the yeah, that was still going. Actually, I think the windows actually stopped that ball from going further. Wow, that's a pretty good little poke there.
Steven Duggar's a great athlete. Might be the best athlete on the team. Him and Dubon. Duggar plays a nice outfield, and he cashes in big for the Giants and closes the book on Tyler Mahle for the day. 7 runs in 2 innings. Cueto going for it. And there are 2 down.
I love some of Johnny Cueto's at-bats. It's like he just wants to get it over with and go sit back down on the bench and rest.
Actually, my favorite is when he grounds out, is his run. He gets about 17 inches outside of the hitter of the box and just kind of I quit.
He's one of those guys, Jeremy, where everything is fun to watch. It just stands out. He's unique. He has fun doing it. Always a smile on Johnny's face, and especially today now staked to an 8-0 lead.
Oh, he has a lot of fun. I mean, have you seen that guy's Instagram? It's awkward. He has some fun with it, man. You never know what he's going to put on there. He's got horses and then chickens, and then he's in overalls, bare feet, running around. It's just so he's a funny guy. And you know what? He's he doesn't talk a whole lot though. He's not a guy in the clubhouse that's like a big talker. He's just but he has a lot of fun when he pitches. He is animated. He is different. But it makes him who he is, and it works. And he's a great guy for a team.
Okay, here's my idea. Ready? A YouTube show for Johnny Cueto where he doesn't say a word and it's narrated by somebody epic like Vin Scully.
Oh.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Yastrzemski's going to foul that one out of play. JP?
Well, Scott, let's not forget, amid the fun that Cueto brings, how great he was for the Royals in that 2015 postseason and the World Series. On the grandest stage we have in our sport, there was ice in his veins. He was so calm, so composed, and a huge reason why the Royals won the World Series that year.
That's right. That was their big pickup. And that's in tight to Yastrzemski. 3 balls and 2 strikes to the San Francisco leadoff hitter. And Johnny Cueto moves over to that magical Royals team, wins a World Series, and then signs up 6 years, $130 million with the Giants. Payoff, misses, ball 4. So next year, there's an option, either $22 million or a $5 million buyout. So essentially, would you take Cueto for $17 million next year? We'll see. He's coming off a season where the ERA was around 5.5, but he was still working his way back from injury. And we know what he's capable of. The age is up there. That's around what the qualifying offer is these days, maybe a hair shy, but we saw San Francisco pick up Kevin Gossman and give him a qualifying offer. Very different starter, but just thinking ahead to next year and what you would do with Johnny, Jeremy.
You know, this is the kind of year where he has to absolutely prove himself, because when you're talking $22 million, and I know those numbers are thrown around in baseball like it's 22 bucks sometimes, but $22 million is a lot of money. And you have to be able to you have to go out there. For me, if I'm a staff, if I'm a team, if I'm Farhan, I've got to have a guy. I got to be able to say, 22 million, is he going to give me 35 starts? Is he going to give me 6 innings? Can I see that? Or can he give me 30 starts with 6 innings? Can he produce what I'm looking at for 22 million? If he can't, that doesn't mean I want to get rid of him. That means maybe I buy him out for 5 and I re-sign him for 12. You see, so now you know, or re-sign him for 10, or whatever you want to do. But for me, this is a year where I'm going to make Johnny prove it. Like, I know what my option is, but you've got to talk me into it. It's not going to be just a normal pickup. And that's.
Yeah, and Cueto's going to be hanging out for a while right now, and we can continue this conversation after we step aside. Just for a moment, Ryan Hendricks replacing Michael Feliz, 8-0 Giants in the third.
The Reds were the powerhouse of the NL in 1970.
We were 70-30 after 100 games.
And they got the nickname to match.
We were so good in 70, we became the Big Red Machine.
The Big Red Machine.
Big Red Machine.
That Big Red Machine, which has been rattling and rumbling along.
And Johnny was the key part.
He was magnificent.
This could be my best year ever, who knows? I'm quite pleased with the way things have gone, and especially when you're in first place.
I had 4 ways to have a good game. I had to call a great game.
Johnny was very intelligent. Ain't nobody sitting in that dugout telling Johnny Bench what to call.
I could throw runners out.
It would have been interesting to be a Reds pitcher, because you better get your ass out of the way.
I could block home plate.
Forget it. We know that guy going to be out.
And I could get hits.
I remember facing him at Crossley Field, and he hit a rocket against that scoreboard. I thought he was going to knock it down because there was continual noises after it hit.
The Reds won the National League pennant in 1970, and Bench led the majors with 45 home runs and 148 RBIs. An easy pick as the league's most valuable player. He was 22 years old, and he was one of the biggest sports stars in America.
Welcome back to Cincinnati, third inning. And one of the key things about the San Francisco Giants, you see it right here. Tremendous. The second lowest starting pitching ERA through 43 games in franchise history. And Scott, to what Danny and Jeremy had spoken about, the decisions they have to make during the course of the offseason. Remember, as great as they have been, Kevin Gossman, a free agent after this year, as is Anthony DeSclafani and Alex Wood as well.
Yeah, good call, JP. All of the success this year, and I know the focus for the Giants is, hey, let's see what we're made of in 2021. Then we'll worry about what's going on in the offseason as Ryan Hendricks replaces Michael Feliz. 2 outs here in the third. Big time inning for the Giants after 1 in the first. They score 7 in this third inning, and we continue with Darren Ruff, his second trip to the plate in this frame. But yeah, to put a bow on the starting pitching free agent conversation, I will say this, Jeremy. The Giants are a team that has shown the ability to spend big and up their payroll in the past when they're ready to roll. So payroll flexibility is a key word out in the Bay Area. We've seen them go after players like Giancarlo Stanton in a trade and Bryce Harper in free agency. They're going to be going for it, especially given what this team's putting together in the first couple months of the season.
Yeah, and what's hurt them a lot of times with the offensive player acquisitions was that stadium was so hard to hit in. But the way they've
Darren Ruff
I just
to
want to see where
right.
this ball goes.
Yeah, it's going into the seats. About the third row. Second home run of the inning for the Giants as they power up. Darren Ruff with a 2-run shot to make it 10-0.
Yeah, and to me, you know, Danny just made a good point. We're sitting here and said that's Kapler not going with the numbers. That's just going with gut on how he is. Like you said, he talked about Ruff a little earlier on just saying I like his at bats. I like how he's hitting the ball right now. And he like I said, this ballpark, you can hit the ball out anywhere. That ball is right on the black. Slider, little loopy, but man, he connected with that, and that ball will get out, especially in a day game in Cincinnati. That ball's going to carry. So, but like I was saying earlier on the offense, they made that stadium in San Francisco playable for not only pitchers but also hitters. It's a fair stadium now. You make good pitches, you're going to get outs. You make bad pitches, guys have a chance to hit the ball out of the ballpark. Where before that, a lot of these guys were hesitant because they didn't feel they could put up the same numbers that they could put up elsewhere because that ballpark was so hard to hit in. And now they've made it a little more enticing for all athletes, all position players to come to this ballpark in San Francisco and want to play. And that's going to be a big deal coming into free agency for the Giants if they show they can compete this year, which they're showing as of now.
Cut and a miss from Crawford. They took the first 3 games in Cincinnati. Now they're up 10-0, and you can see this inning is close to the 34-minute mark. Someone's going to have to wake up Johnny Cueto at some point and say, hey, dude, you're back on the mound. It's 10-0. Third time scoring 9+ runs in an inning this season. That's incredible. The offensive outburst from this team. They did it also against Colorado on May 4th, a 10-run inning. 9 so far, a grand slam from Duggar, a 2-run shot we just saw from Ruff. Two from Hendricks. Counts full.
You know, we just praised the starting pitching for San Francisco, and we talked how great their defense is, and we just kind of left out the offense. But to put up these runs, that's a pretty good combination, having the ability to pitch and hit in the same game. It's pretty dangerous.
And Crawford's down on strikes. Hendricks, the slider specialist, good one there, but he gives up the 2-run blast to Ruff. It's part of a 9-run frame for San Francisco. They knock out starter Tyler Mahle. They knock out reliever Michael Feliz. And Steven Duggar is the big man, celebrating, jumping up and down. Giants up 10-0.
Left field base hit. Slater being waved by Wotus. And the weak throw by Davis. Everybody will move up. And what an at-bat that was to put the Giants ahead by Mauricio Dubon.
Line down the left field line. That's a fair ball. It's up to Tauchman to get this cleanly. Here comes Newman. Here's Crawford's throw. It is in time. They got him.
First ball swinging. And a diving catch by Tauchman. What a start to this game. Immediate big-time action.
Got him. And there's your career high in strikeouts.
That was nasty. And now the leadoff man aboard in front of Newman.
He lines that one. Duggar is going to make a diving catch. Nice play, Steven Duggar.
Wow. That guy can play a center field, huh? Duggar got a tremendous jump. See Duggar, boom, first step right toward the baseball and then leaves his feet, timed it just perfectly, watches the ball all the way into the glove, and we've seen him do that quite a bit.
9 for the Giants in the top of the third. They're up 10-0. It's the Reds' turn to bat in the bottom of the frame, and I love the optimism from the YouTube creators. Daddy Dimu TV says the Reds are just giving the Giants a head start so they can come back and get a huge comeback, right? Johnny Cueto back to work, and a strike.
Well, in this ballpark, Scott, you never know, right? They talked about Colorado back in the days that was a place that there's a lot of runs. Well, this place gives up a lot of runs too.
And the Reds love hitting.
And you run this ballpark just like Colorado. You don't play like you're up 10-0 in San Diego or up 10-0 in, St. Louis. You actually have to pay attention to this game all the way out. And as a starting pitcher, it's the same thing. You start getting a little lax and just like, man, I'm just going to let the ball go over the plate and let him hit it. You have to pitch this entire game because it can get out of hand, and all of a sudden you see, and the Reds have the ability to do it. So you have to pitch this entire game.
The Reds account also with a glass half full in the commentary area. They go, so the Redlegs 7 times this season have scored at least 10 runs, the highest total in the majors.
Well, you got to have some optimism, right? And you don't have to score them all right now either. You don't have to score 10 runs in this inning, or even 9 that San Francisco scored. You just peck away, and at least that's what you hope for. Just peck away for a couple here and there, put up some crooked numbers, and see where you are at the end of the game.
I will say this, Jeremy. In addition to the Reds' offense being a significant bright spot and seeing significant improvement from them from last season to this year, the blemish, the weak spot for San Francisco at this point for the best team in baseball, if you want to nitpick, and Cueto fires low, it's 3-2. It's the bullpen. There's been some ups and downs from them.
Yeah, that's been my case all year. It's when you look at the front office and the moves you have to make. I'm focusing on a bullpen. I'm not saying they don't have a good bullpen. They've had a back end that's done their job, but they've kind of been a little bit of a spinning wheel out there. And you don't have yet, from what I can see, you do not have a good 3-4 guys that it's like, nope, these are our seal-up guys, guaranteed. They're going out. The game's over. You don't have a team in baseball that necessarily will be down 2 runs against the Giants and then be like, man, if these guys come in, we might as well just pack it in. They don't have that quite yet. I'm not saying they haven't had some signs of some really good pitching from the back end. I just feel like if I'm going to shore something up going into the second half, I got to go out and get some guys that I know that are gonna that bring some seal the deal. It's over, consistent. I know what I'm gonna have every time they go out, and puts these teams on their heels a little bit when they're down. And I don't know if the Giants quite have that yet. They need to go find 1 or 2 guys, I think. I mean, they don't have a core 4, Annie. Yeah, I didn't know if I should bring that up, but yeah.
Well, I wanted to, but I didn't. Hey, I wanted to bring all that up, Jeremy.
Oh, okay. I figured.
Blandino the other way, splits the gap, and he's in business. Heading for 2 with a stand-up double to lead off the bottom of the third for the Reds. But let's gush over the good stuff for the Giants right now. The unusual suspects. Alex Wood bringing it with a 1.75 ERA. He'll pitch tomorrow against the Dodgers. Disco, former Red Anthony Disclafani, a 2.03 mark, and Kevin Gausman. Wow, 1.66. He was great again yesterday. Add it all up, 2.58 starter ERA. Best in Major League Baseball so far this season. They also set a record in the first month of the season. I'll give you that in a moment. Hard on the ground for Longoria, looks back the runner. There's your first out. So last month, the Giants became the first team to have 5 different starting pitchers finish April with a 2.5 ERA or better since the 1978 A's. That is standout from a rotation that heading into the season had its question marks, and so far they have more than exceeded what was thrown at them.
Yeah, those three guys, 13-1, and Jeremy was telling me earlier that there were some games that Gausman pitched that he didn't get the win because the bullpen blew the save, so he could possibly have 6 or 7 wins right now. And I'm not a GM, I'm not the Giants GM, but I do play one here on YouTube. So I'm going to sign Kevin Gausman to a multi-year deal right now before the end of the season, where I can get it for a little bit cheaper. What do you think of that, Scott?
I'm in. I think San Francisco Giants fans are in as well. In the offseason, the Giants gave him the qualifying offer, and I think some said, I don't know about that. Small sample size. We saw what he did with Cincinnati the year before. He was shaky, but he has found something. It has clicked. The stuff has always been there. And if he'll take my offer, I'll be very happy.
Yeah, and I think that's what the Giants did by the qualifying offer. Because he hasn't shown a ton of consistency in his career, they wanted to see if he really have it. You know, you don't want to get deked with the money some of these starters are making, and he's showing it. And he's definitely worth, from what I can tell, what I'm seeing this year and last year, he's definitely worth the money you're going to throw at him, because he's going to go deep into the ball games for you. But the three guys that they got, what's really impressive is, well, Gausman took the qualifying offer, so the Giants offered it, they took it. He was on the team last year. But how do these teams miss these other two guys? And I understand it's a consistency issue, but man, these guys have come in, and this is an impressive three guys. There's three guys that's what helps teams feel like they can win series. When they've got three pitchers with their numbers, it's 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 3 games won. And that to have not just a tandem starting group of guys, but three guys that are going to go out there and give you a pretty much one of those things where it's like, I feel like we can definitely win when these three guys are on the mound. That does a lot for Cap and what he's trying to do, and that's what relaxes the offense and the defense to do their jobs. And you're seeing that with the limited errors, with the power, with the batting averages, with the defensive scenarios that they're running. I mean, it's just because they feel like they're always going to be in a game.
Some of that has to do with the game plan too. StatCast, powered by Google Cloud, hooking us up with the fastball percentage lowest in baseball from their staff. So pitchers come over, the Giants bring them maybe a little bit of a different set of information, and it's working. And then also the ground ball percentage is tops in baseball, home runs per 9, so they're limiting the long ball. That's second best in baseball. And actually, we've seen quite a few home runs at that ballpark out west that's known for suppressing homers in the past. The Giants are smacking the ball all over the yard. Their pitchers are not giving it up. So again, this is why this team is so good so far this season.
Well, you mentioned the ground ball rate, and you know they do have one of the best middle infield combinations in baseball with Crawford and Dubon over there. But you know, going back to Gabe Kapler and just kind of not really doing the whole analytic thing all the time.
Winker bounces out. By the way, we're going to talk to Kevin Gausman in the next half inning. So YouTube creators, team accounts, you know what to do. Load up those questions in the commentary section. What do you want us to ask Mr. Gausman? And Danny Graves can make his contract offer live on YouTube too in just a bit. But JP, what do you have on Gausman and the Giants?
Well, some context for that contract offer, so listen closely here. Our colleague at MLB.com, Sarah Langs, wrote a great story recently about Kevin Gausman, and when you look at the data with StatCast powered by Google Cloud, Kevin Gausman this year has 2 of the 4 most valuable pitches in terms of expected run value in all of Major League Baseball. Yes, 2 of the 4 best pitches in the sport. His four-seamer and his split-fingered fastball both rank Scott among the best 4 pitches in baseball this year.
That's crazy.
I mean, that helps too.
Yeah.
But that split he throws starts on a fastball plane. It's a lot like Roger. Remember Clemens, his split?
Yes.
He would throw that fastball kind of low in the zone like that, and he'd throw that split off of it, and guys couldn't differentiate. And Gausman kind of has a similar scenario with that fastball split. It comes on the same plane. And hitters, they just cannot. They have to commit. When his fastball is commanded like it is, they have to commit. And he can throw that split like that. You can't not be successful.
Well, some of you guys, you pitchers that are tall, it's easy to throw downhill, but some of us short and round pitchers, we couldn't throw downhill like you guys did.
Good point. Good point.
It was harder for us.
Castellanos up the middle, and the Reds break the ice. Their first run comes in. It's Blandino scoring on the RBI single from Nick, 10-1.
Just pecking away, and Castellanos still giving good at-bats out here. And this is what he's been doing all year, squaring up balls. That almost came off knuckling because he hit it on the screws, but the whole year he's been barreling up so many balls, whether it's right up the middle, opposite field. His power, obviously right center in my opinion, that's where he has the most power, but he hits the ball so stinking hard right back up the middle. It's amazing. Oh, and coming in today, he's hitting .424 against fastballs.
No big deal. Stevenson crushes fastballs too. There's Gausman joining us soon. Questions for Kevin? Let us know. Yeah, the at-bat quality, Danny, for Nick Castellanos this year, in my mind, watching the guy for the past almost decade, it keeps getting better, and this year it's coming together where in the month of May he's working his walks too, because he's noticing sometimes pitchers don't want to give him much. Stevenson sends one to the gap in left center, and Castellanos is going to race around and stop at third. It's a 2-out double for Stevenson. The crowd wanted Nick to head home and get aggressive, but the Reds have a lot of work to do this afternoon to work their way back.
It's about putting up the crooked numbers, right? You just get one or two here and then see where it takes you from there.
Yeah, but they do have a lot of work, but this is what this ballpark can do. Like, this is a situation for Johnny where I've got to, if I'm him, it's like I have to bear down right here because I've got 2 outs. I've let a run cross already, 10-1, no big deal, still to make some pitches, but I have to bear down because if you're not careful, these balls will squeak out of the ballpark, and next thing you know, it's a 3-run homer, or it's a rally and then a homer, and it can get out of hand. And that's, I've seen it happen in this ballpark, not only playing for the Reds but playing against them. I've seen it happen, and this is where a pitcher, and Johnny knows this from being in Cincinnati and playing here, he understands the situation, but this is a big at bat for him right now.
Tyler Naquin swinging out of his shoes on that first pitch from Cueto. A pair of doubles and an RBI single in this inning for the Redlegs. 2 strikes against Naquin. StatCast, powered by Google Cloud, hooking us up with Reds outfielders damage. 11 homers for Castellanos, 9 from Naquin, 8 for Winker, and Aquino with 2. Most combined outfield homers in baseball. This outfield slugs, and they throw the baseball all over the field with the bat. And Naquin's a good example. What a hot start in April. The Reds outfielders are tops in baseball in most offensive categories.
And it seemed like Naquin hit all those home runs in 3 games in a row. And David Bell mentioned that he just has to keep him in the lineup. It's hard not putting him out there. And I remember this guy in Cleveland, he's got so much ridiculous pop.
And Danny, last year I felt like Tyler was the guy in the outfield that was producing for Cleveland, and they didn't keep him. Signs up with Cincinnati on a minor league contract, and he set the baseball world on fire in his first few weeks in a Reds uniform.
Yeah, and if you recall, he was playing because Winker was out. Like, he wasn't even starting on a daily basis, but Winker was out for a short period of time, and I can remember I was posting on social media, we got the next Wally Pipp right here.
How can you sit this guy? Numbers still shiny so far this year. 876 on base plus slugging. That's an excellent number.
He's got to be careful here because you have to go after this guy, because I understand the guy behind him hasn't had his best year, but he has. You don't really want to wake him up either if you're a Giant. The Reds are probably hoping to wake him up, but this is not an easy lineup to go through when you have guys on base, and now you're facing a guy that has a tremendous amount of power with possibly no place to put him.
That's a foul ball, and you're talking about Eugenio Suarez. Gino 0 for 1 today, and he was thinking about hitting 50 homers this year. That's what he said in spring training. I think the Reds would take 35, 40, but he's been their best player the last few years, all around. And that's what David Bell told us yesterday. Plays a nice third base. They've asked him to play a lot of shortstop this season, especially early on. A much tougher test for him. Good AB from Naquin to stay alive. Castellanos and Stevenson on the bases. We'll see what Johnny Cueto dials up with the count full. Got him.
Great pitch.
Big time changeup from Johnny Cueto. That is his best pitch, and he uses it to escape. Gives up 1 run to the Reds. They're up big, the Giants, 10-1.
Oh, that pitch hangs, and Castellanos kills it. Club to left field and gone. His team-leading 10th home run. Castellanos ties the game. High fly, deep right from India. Gone! Jonathan India booms a 3-run homer. It is an 8-run 8th inning. Suarez to go opposite way, and he shoots it to center field. That's going to get down and all the way to the fence. A bases-clearing double. Eugenio Suarez delivers. And that is spanked into right field, base hit. 2-run single, Nick Senzel. It's a 6-run inning. The Reds 7, the Pirates 1. And he rocks that one. High in the air, deep left field. Kyle Farmer clobbers a go-ahead home run. And the Reds take a 4-2 lead in the 11th inning. Castellanos sends it to right. That gets down. Weaker giving the wave. Daza the sliding glove. Castellanos a run-scoring double. And the Reds lead again.
It's the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by Jim Beam in Cincinnati this afternoon. Our second poll question is ready to go. Which all-time MLB superpower would you most like to have? Playing off Wade Miley and his Hulk tattoo? Temporary. Ricky Henderson's speed, Babe Ruth's power, Ozzie Smith's Gold Glove, or Nolan Ryan's fastball? Wait, hold your answers, Danny and Jeremy, because we have a special guest who has to answer first. Joining us right now for our next Jim Beam interview from the dugout is Kevin Gossman, as he joins us in this 4th inning. Giants up big, 10-1. Kevin, thanks for the time, and you have to start us off with your answer. Out of those 4 superpowers, you're a pitcher. Which one would you like to possess?
I'd have to go with the power. You know, that's one thing I'm lacking in the power department. So I would definitely love to be able to just spray the ball anywhere and, you know, see how far I can hit a baseball would be fun.
Yeah, I'm with you. Excellent choice. And I'll bring in our first question from our YouTube creators. This is actually from the Giants account, which is being run by Amy G today. And Amy says, The Giants were not in the discussion to be leading the West at any time this season. Your thoughts on being an underdog, and how has it motivated this group as that one is shot into right? Nice contact off the bat of Longoria, and a single to start the 4th inning for San Francisco. So Amy G, who knows this team very well, Kevin, and you know her as she follows the team on a daily basis, been covering them for a long time, and has seen some really incredible historic seasons for the Giants, championship seasons, now is feeling a bit surprised that San Francisco is not only keeping up but leading the West right now with what the Padres and the Dodgers bring to the table on the talent side. So what's the talk in the clubhouse about what the team's doing so far?
Yeah, I think in the clubhouse it's just kind of keep our head down and, worry about ourselves. I think just with this offseason and everything that the Dodgers and the Padres did, I think, everybody, was talking about them for good reason. And, I think from day one in spring training, I think all the guys here, we felt like last year we played some of our best games against the Dodgers, and, we almost made the postseason. And if we would have faced, LA. And so, we felt really confident that if that was, the matchup that was going to happen, that we felt really confident that, we had played some of our best games, like I said, against them. And so, I don't think anybody in this clubhouse will say that they're surprised. I just think we have such a good mix of young guys who are trying to establish themselves, but also, veteran guys who have done, some pretty incredible things in the game, but also, in a San Francisco Giants uniform. And so, it's definitely fun to be in first place, definitely.
Kevin, this is Jeremy Affeldt. Man, I just want to tell you, I've really I've had a lot of fun watching you pitch this year, man. I watched you pitch a little bit last year too. But what has it been going from, you've been with several different teams, but with the Giants, it seems for me you've clicked a little bit differently. Is it the preparation? Is it the stuff, obviously, with the analytics you guys have all been given? Is it the catchers? What gives it in this uniform that you feel differently when you take the mound? Because you pitch with a little different confidence for me than I've seen with you with other teams.
Yeah, I think just from day one when they signed me, 2 years ago, it was, hey, we want you to, just keep doing what you've been doing in Cincinnati when you were in the bullpen, and essentially that was be a 2-pitch pitcher, and I think over my career I've had so many, coaches and pitching coaches that, have always said, hey, we really need to work on that slider, we really need to develop a breaking ball, and all these little things that I think in the big scheme of things, were obviously huge things in my development, but I just think going with my strengths and not trying to do too much. And, I think in the past I would get caught up in, all right, this guy can't hit sliders very well, so I'm going to throw sliders to this guy. But, not knowing that the sliders that he sees on a, day in, day out basis doesn't really compare to mine, And so it was more, and I think some of the shortened season last year had something to do with it. It was like, all right, I got 10 starts. I'm just going to go out there and pitch with my strengths, and whatever happens. And, I've just kind of hit the ground running this season and stuck with that plan. And, and really it's kind of made my breaking ball even better, which is kind of weird. I rarely throw it, but, I feel more confident in that pitch now than I probably ever have in my career. And so, but definitely our catchers have something to do with that too. Anytime you got a guy like Buster Posey back there that, he's caught every pitch you could possibly imagine. And, you just feel confident with both those guys back there, calling pitches for you.
Well, with that, Kevin, our question from YouTube creator Dawson Wright is about Posey. Last year, he opted out. How big is it having him behind the plate for you this season?
Oh, it's huge, not just what he brings, behind the plate, pitch calling, but, what you've seen he's able to do at the dish this year. It seems like he didn't really miss much time, which is crazy. I think most guys, if they took a whole year off, it would take them a while to kind of get locked back in. But, you know, just having him back there, I think, gives you a sense of confidence. And you know, like I said, he's seen every pitch and caught every pitch that you could imagine. So, you know, you're not going to surprise him by throwing something up there. And, you know, he's always thinking out the box and you know, trying to be one step ahead of all these hitters.
Dubon takes a pitch on the corner, and that is going to retire the side. So nice double play turn. Blandino made a nice play to stay on the bag and stick to the baseball. But Kevin Gausman, thank you so much for joining us. We always love the insight. Great conversation, and thanks for joining a global audience on YouTube today. Good luck rest of the season, okay, Kevin?
All right, thank you guys. Thanks for having me.
All kinds of chaos going on in Cincinnati. I hear the whistle blowing. That means it must be time for the Reds bats again to see if they can strike and continue their comeback quest.
I'm definitely analytical.
TJ Antone is as type A as they come. He is methodical, just like his grandfather.
He's taught me a lot, you know, growing up. If you have a goal, you accomplish the goal. Like point A, point B, very hard-nosed, make your bed, do your stuff, take out the trash.
But Antone says the most important lesson his grandfather taught him is one it took him a while to appreciate.
Maybe around 13 or 14, I started asking questions like to my dad, like, well, why is he, I don't understand, you know, this, like, that doesn't make sense to me.
Antone's family tree is what America is all about, a melting pot of Black, Portuguese, Texans. So a few years ago, Antone took a DNA test and discovered he is 12% African. It's allowed him to see both race and family through a singular lens of love. And that is his grandfather's legacy.
I just want to love every human for like who they are and what they believe. And if you love one another, like if your first like reaction to the other person is like respect and love, then like there will never be any issues.
Last of the fourth, Giants up by 9, and Kevin Gausman, always an informative, wise man to talk to. He's learned a lot so far in his career. 4th overall pick back in 2012, and look at 6+ innings, 1 run allowed or fewer in most consecutive starts. He has tied Bumgarner, and this streak is still going after 6 scoreless on Wednesday here in this ballpark. Next up, Christy Mathewson, 8 in a row in 1901, and Johnny Cueto misses in to Eugenio Suarez. Suarez, Farmer, and India do up here in this Reds 4th. 10-1, Scott Braun, Danny Graves, Jeremy Affeldt, and JP Morosi. I mean, Kevin Gausman is a guy that you can talk to for hours about pitching and his progression on the mound and how he now, as JP said, has 2 of the nastiest pitches in Major League Baseball. That's his fastball and his splitter, which is coming at you from the same plane.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened there. Like what I saw from Gausman was it's his fastball and split. Like we said earlier, they come off that same plane. And he was saying that it's making his breaking ball better, and that's because when you can command that fastball and you can get that fastball release, you actually will get a better breaking ball, because your breaking ball comes off of your fastball arm speed. When you're getting your arm ready to throw a good breaking ball, what you're doing is you're not trying to throw a breaking ball cold. You get fastball ready and all your other stuff comes off of that. So if he starts getting a good release point with his fastball and splitter, his finish and release point with his breaking ball will get better as well. And that's what you're starting to see from him.
Dickerson closed in on that baseball for the first out in the 4th. Johnny Cueto coming off a 33-pitch 3rd inning. The Giants crushed the top of the 3rd with 9 runs, and then the Reds made Cueto work in the bottom of the frame. This is Kyle Farmer. That's pitch number 70, a ball and a strike. And Johnny Cueto with a wide variety of deliveries.
It's amazing the different looks that he gives out there, and we talked about this earlier. What impresses me is it's hard enough to pitch out of the stretch for some guys, and when you're trying to do a quick pitch to kind of keep the runners close from stealing, but he does it from the windup and with his off-speed pitches, because typically when you do a quick pitch, you're throwing fastball, but he does it with his off-speed pitches, and it's absolutely amazing the way that he's able to balance and get the same release point on all his pitches. Amazing.
Yeah, that is super difficult to do. And what it does for the hitters is they can't think when he quick pitches, it's a fastball. When he in this shimmy right here, and then he comes off with a changeup off the shimmy. A lot of times it's fastball, it's a fastball right here, but the hitter has to decide when to start their pitches, and that right there on an off-speed pitch is a good time to shimmy, because as he goes, the guy loads. When the guy's loading, he's getting jumpy. He lets the ball go, and he's already committed in his brain because he started loading, and then he gets him on a quick change-up strikeout right there.
That one hangs up for Dickerson to put him away. The other distraction piece from Johnny Cueto, the gum almost fell out of his mouth during the shimmy shake. After 4, it's 10-1, Giants.
Mays was a baseball genius who positioned the Giants' defense and game planned for and against pitchers.
If you're the leader of a ball club, you have to make sure that you are in control.
But the true genius of Willie Mays is found in his nickname, the Say Hey Kid. Ted Williams, Gary Carter, Ken Griffey Jr., and Willie Mays, all Hall of Fame players who earned the highest nickname of honor, Kid. Whether playing stickball in Harlem at 20, winning the World Series at 23, knocking in the winning run of a World Series game with his last hit at 42, or turning 90 years old this year.
Willie Mays.
Willie Mays honors the original, purest version of baseball that we hold so dear, that this is a kid's game. It is designed to be fun. When played well and with joy, baseball is never better.
So each week this season on our games, we're going to focus on a YouTube content creator featured in our live game commentary section. Today, our creator spotlight shines on Alex Healy. Healy6 on his channel. You can see this Cubs fan play Diamond Dynasty on MLB The Show, which is a mode where you collect cards of current and former players to compete in an online game. Just about 53,000 subscribers, closing in on 12 million views. He's a gamer, he's a vlogger. Of course, his favorite moment was the Cubs back in 2016, winning the World Series. Alex Healy, say hello to us in the game commentary area, and we'll talk to you in just a bit. Well, I wonder what he thought about Steven Duggar's grand slam. StatCast powered by Google Cloud. Look at him go. Deep part of the ballpark, 427 feet. An absolute smash off the bat of Duggar that broke this game wide open in the third. Part of a 9-run third inning for San Francisco. They're up 10-1, and Duggar leads off the fifth. Heath Hembree, new man on the mound for Cincinnati. And here we go in the fifth.
Was that really 427 feet? I can't fathom that's all that was. I say that's all, but it looked a lot further.
The window stopped it for sure.
427 is a big deal.
Yeah, it's a long way. It is. But I felt like it was a little longer. Embry, ex-Giant.
Oh, yeah?
We kept talking about ex-Reds pitching for the Giants. Embry came up as a Giant. Guy has phenomenal. They call him Heater. That's what they call him. But he can throw a fastball, but it's like one of those invisiballs. And he has done really well for himself. Did pretty good over there in Boston, pitching some pretty big games. But I know Crawford got him the other day. I think they were teammates in the minor leagues together. But it's been pretty good to watch him kind of take off in his career a little bit after he left the Giants and kind of keep going. And he's done very well for himself.
Well, he seems to have that effortless gas, like, you know, meaning he's not trying so hard to throw it hard, but the ball just jumps out of his hand.
And Duggar connects other way. Big day for Steven Duggar, adding a single to his grand slam. Leadoff base runner for San Francisco. Let's put an end to this poll, and we're going to have to get your responses too. Don't go off what the crowd said, although they of course want to be like Babe Ruth. Which all-time MLB superpower would you most like to have? Kevin Gossman said Babe Ruth. I'll take the power. Danny Graves, which one do you want?
I knew you were coming to me first, so I'm a little torn because I'll say this: Ozzie Smith was my favorite player growing up, but I'm going to go Rickey Henderson because I've never had any kind of speed. I don't even drive fast, so I would love to be able to run fast one day.
Nice.
That's good. I thought speed's overrated.
Speed kills,
Yeah,
Jeremy.
I know, but I think Gold Glove. It's just it's for me that's odd to be a Gold Glover, to be able to go out and do some of the things. I mean, look at Crawford. The guy makes it look easy, but it looks like he has a ton of fun, and it looks super cool when you're out there. Not a Gold Glover is like a pitcher Gold Glover. Like a shortstop Gold Glover.
Like a real position
Yeah, like
player.
a real position
Well,
Gold Glover.
Rickey was cool. Rickey would tell you how cool Rickey was, too.
Yeah. Rickey was fast.
Yes.
Rickey was real fast.
Oh, I loved watching Rickey.
I loved listening
Rickey
to
liked
Rickey.
watching Rickey, too.
That's right. Rickey referring to himself in the third person very often. Casali watches that one. It's 2 balls and a strike. See, you guys are former ball players, so you played in the bigs. I think most people answering that poll question are going, first of all, Babe Ruth was awesome. Home run hitter. He's a legend. But also, what's the easiest way for me to get to the show? If I have Babe Ruth power, I'm going to be in the bigs. I might be a DH if I can't field or I can't run. But if I'm Babe Ruth, I'm making it somehow.
You're right. You're right about that. But too many guys nowadays have power, and too many guys have the fastball that Nolan Ryan had, right? Everybody throws hard, so I want some speed.
But with Babe Ruth, he also was a good pitcher.
For a time, he was.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, he threw some no-hitters, I think. Didn't he throw a no-hitter? I think he threw a no-hitter.
I'm sure he did. Well, I did it when I was 12, so.
Yeah. I think he did it in the big leagues, though. I think he was a good playoff pitcher, too. I think that guy, people didn't realize that guy could pitch. Oh, ouch.
Casali takes one, it looks like off his left elbow, and he's down.
That definitely did not feel good.
No, and with the day off for Buster, you would hope that Casali's going to be okay to stay in there. And I saw a lot of Casali in the last couple of years, and he will do everything he can to stay in this game. Just the toughness that he has, and he does not ever want to come out of the game.
That's Dave Greshner, the trainer for the Giants. He always had the toughest job for me because he tries to help you, and then people keep walking off, and he's going to chase you. Have you noticed that, how trainers try to help, and they have to chase the player around like they're trying to chase a toddler? Like, give me your hand, let me see, and you pull, and he's like, hey, I mean, those guys get so embarrassed on the field by players sometimes.
They do, and trainers that we had here in Cincinnati back in the day would run out to the field, and the players would wave him off to say, no, no, no. And I would ask the trainer, why did you still go back out there when they waved you off? And he said, because if I'm getting up to go on the field, I'm not going to stop and turn around. I'm going to keep chasing him.
Yeah. You don't want to get shooed off and be like, okay, fine. Then turn around and go back.
Right.
You can see where that baseball landed. There is a big circular red mark on Curt Casali's elbow. There's a strike to Cueto. Let's go back to it.
That's kind of on the bone, it looked like, right?
Yeah, that's going to stiffen up. Like, he might play the rest of the game, but I'm going to say on the plane right back San Francisco, he's going to have an ice pack on that sucker.
It's unfortunate that he has to jump on a plane today, too, right after this, because, I mean, that altitude can really play games with those injuries.
I think he's just trying not to rub it right now.
Cueto flails and misses. He strikes out for a second time today. JP Morosi is at the ballpark and has more on Brandon Crawford. JP?
Yeah, Scott, I go back, and Jeremy has a great recollection of this year, the 2012 World Series. I remember covering that series, and Crawford made one game-changing, game-saving play after another, and I know he impressed the opposing manager in that series, Jim Leyland, because a few years later, when Jim Leyland managed Team USA at the World Baseball Classic, Brandon Crawford was one of the very first names that he called. He loved his steadiness, his run production, just an absolute consummate professional, as Jeremy knows. And, of course, the next ring that Jeremy won in 2014, Heath Hembree was traded for Jake Peavy, who became a huge part of that rotation as well.
Yeah, I'll tell you, man, Crawford, he was awesome. You had so much confidence with him back there, and he made some unbelievable plays. I mean, even talk about 2014, the play he made in Game 7 of the World Series. I actually gave up an absolute laser, and Panic ended up snagging it, flipping it to Crawford. Crawford one-handed it and just off-balance threw him out at first for a big double play. The guy saved you so many runs, and he made so many important plays in big situations. Crawford, for me, he's quiet. He doesn't talk a whole lot, but I'll tell you what, man, that guy is as talented as it gets, especially when he's flashing leather. I mean, he's phenomenal.
And he's got the look, too, Jeremy. One of my favorite lines came from teammate Logan Webb, who actually just hit the injured list today, but they hope he just misses a start. He said, I think every high school team I faced in that area, the shortstop had long hair, probably because of Brandon Crawford.
Yeah, he definitely has that look, and he don't get me wrong. He'll wet it down and hairspray that sucker wet. Like that's not natural.
Hey,
okay, he's got it going.
I'm telling you, he has pretty hair, and every time I watch the Giants, I think I don't care if this guy hits. I just want him to dive to make plays so I can see his hair flow.
Yeah,
it's so legit. I'm not even joking. Like, his hair is legit. I mean, it always looks perfect.
Facial hair too.
Yeah, I don't know about facial hair.
It's perfect though. I mean, he's got the hair, he's got the facial. I mean, he's just, yeah, a lot of envious situations there.
Yeah. Well, I'm envious of you right now because Scott brought it up and JP just brought it up. All these rings that you have, and I don't have any, and you couldn't even bring them today so that I could see them.
I know, I forgot. They're in my vault. I forgot about them.
Do you really have them in the vault?
Yeah, I really actually do. I don't pull them out all that often. I've got the one with Colorado too, and I rag on the Colorado guys. I don't even know where that one's at. You know?
He just nonchalantly threw that one in, Scott. the one with Colorado too.
Yeah. I mean, that was a loser ring, but it's fine. It's still nice looking.
You know, you might not remember this, or you might. I was with you in spring training that year.
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, that was that team. We had a lot of just randoms. We were all kind of randoms on that team. Think about it. Hergis, LaTroy, me. We're just a lot of random guys.
Needless to say, Scott, I didn't make the team, so. But I was there with him, and that was the year that Rockies went to the World Series.
What year was that again?
2007.
07, yep. Ball 40, Yastrzemski. That is the third time he's walked to first today. JP, as Brandon Crawford is on deck, this could be the final season of the big three for the Giants, and that's Posey, Crawford, and Belts. 3 homegrown position players that are a big deal in San Francisco.
You're right, Scott, and this has been a special era of Giants baseball in so many ways. Of course, the 3 World Series rings, but because, as you point out, they were identifiable stars who grew up within the organization, and Posey and Crawford and Belt all have guaranteed contracts that expire after this year, and certainly a lot of scenarios in which they could come back. But I think this season, and especially with having fans back in the ballpark, gives you a chance to really appreciate that bond. All those teams, and Jeremy can speak to this, all those teams were unique. They had different characters to them. The 10 team and the 12 team and the 14 team, they were all different, but I think it was that homegrown nature, of course, the rotation as well, with Kane and Lincecum being so homegrown and Sanchez having a huge role in 2010 as well in different ways. But and Bumgarner, of course, was just 20 years old in 2010. So a lot of great history there. But Danny, I do want to make this point, because I don't want you to feel bad about this, and this is an important point too. As someone else, you mentioned earlier being a shorter statured right-handed pitcher, you rank 9th all-time in saves among relievers who are 5'11 or shorter. 9th all-time. And you actually rank ahead of Jeff Brantley, who we mentioned earlier in the show. So, Jeff Brantley, you're 10 saves ahead of Jeff. You're ahead of Romo on that list. And as a fellow guy who's shorter than 6 feet, Danny, I look up to you, my friend, quite literally and figuratively as well.
That is amazing. I'm blushing.
That ball skips away. There's a run for San Francisco just for a moment there. Duggar comes in. It's 11-1 Giants here in the 5th.
JP, that is amazing. That is an amazing find. I had no idea. But I will remember that. I'm going to write that down right now. I'm not even joking. I might even tweet that out.
Yeah, 9th
from
so
you.
Good. You should. You should. 9th all time. And actually, a former Red is first on the list, John Franco. But to that point, it's easier to do it as a lefty. Yeah, so John Franco, lefty, Billy Wagner, lefty. The top right-hander on the list, Fernando Rodney, the ageless Fernando Rodney.
Yeah, isn't he still pitching?
Wow. Yeah, I forgot.
His last outing was in the 2019 World Series, as I recall it.
Oh, wow. I love that. Man, I need to talk to JP more, because he
builds you up.
He builds me up. I'm blushing right now. You can't see it, but it's amazing.
I could do that too, Danny. All-time Reds leader in saves.
Oh. There you go.
Yeah,
I'm going to start Googling some Danny
No,
Graves
thank you for that. I already knew that, though, Scott. But thank you. I didn't know the all-time under 6 foot team.
Yeah, it's really good.
Basically, as Jeremy said, I've just been named to the all-short team.
Yeah.
So.
It's the under 6 foot sounds better.
Big heart, though. Darren Ruff, a triple shy of the cycle. We have not seen one yet this season in Major League Baseball. Ruff has 1 career triple. It came in his first career season, his 10th career game back in 2012 when he was with the Phillies. Payoff pitch, and we'll do it again.
It seems like Ruff has been up here for a long time in this at-bat. Every at-bat, he's like 3-2.
3-2. That's what Cap was saying. He's always 3-2. This is going to be a really tough ballpark to hit a triple in, but if he does it, he earned the cycle.
Yeah.
He's 5th in the majors in pitches per plate appearance. It makes sense. Number 1 on that list is his teammate, Mike Tauchman, just getting a routine day off. 2 on, 3-2. Fouled again.
Well, he does have 1 career triple. So, I mean,
it was
there's
probably in this ballpark.
It was probably in San Francisco, yes. Off the wall, the brick wall.
Triples alley.
So you telling me there's a chance?
Yeah. Slim.
It was in Washington, D.C. at Nats Park.
Another place you can get him. You can get him in there. Yep.
He'll have a few more chances, too.
Right. It's still only the 5th inning, and I would imagine that he's thinking triple right now, right? He has to.
I would be.
And if he says he's not, he's lying.
Yeah, I would be thinking triple. I don't know where I'd be thinking of it at there, but I'd be thinking it somewhere.
Last cycle came from Kevin Biggio in 2019. Ruff rips that one. And this time it is Suarez to make the catch. And safe at third is Casali. Okay. Tight competition here. YouTube Player of the Game, new to the MLB Game of the Week for the 2021 season. Fans watching on your mobile device or your computer, you can vote for which player will receive the trophy during the post-game show. That also means who are we going to chat with in the post-game show. So stay tuned. Later on, you decide the player of the game with some polling options. Crawford sends one deep right field. Forget about it. Brandon Crawford muscles up for a 3-run shot. It's 14-11 San Francisco.
Ambush right there. He was taking pitches, checking out what kind of stuff was coming at him, and straight ambush, Jeremy.
And it's the second one off of Embry in this series. He hit one the other night. That was a towering fly ball down the right field line. First fastball he saw, hit it in the right center gap. And now what? Now I think he might be, he's the team leader in home runs. Is he now the league leader in home runs, or tied for the league? Has that?
No, that's Shohei Ohtani's on another level, so he's ahead of him still.
Oh, yeah.
Crawford has 11.
Yeah, the pitcher in the American League's leading in the home run. I forgot.
Shohei Ohtani, who also can pitch, by the way, has 14 home runs.
And if he's not with Anaheim, he's never, I mean, you don't really hear of him. I mean, you're hearing of him right now, obviously a great pitcher, home run hit, but it's just a quiet team over there. But that to me does not get talked about. I'm sorry, you coming out, punching out 12 guys in a game and then hitting homers, in the same game or the next, and you're leading your league in home runs, or all baseball and homers, and then you're pitching every 5 days. I mean, we're talking about tough things to do, like Cueto with his shimmy and stuff. I think that's incredible how that guy can do that and stay. Obviously, he's had some arm injuries, but man, it takes a lot out of your body to hit or pitch, not hit and pitch.
He's playing right field too. The days that he starts and they take him out, he goes to play right field so he can hit more.
I mean, to me, that's just amazing. It's almost a phenomenon. As difficult as baseball is, to see someone do that, that is crazy.
We're in the 5th, folks. The Giants have a season high 14 runs. They've hit the 12 mark twice this season. Crawford puts them ahead. Longoria to left, hanging around for Winker. And the side is retired. 3 runs from Brandon Crawford's big bat. What a season he's having. 11 on the year. What a season for San Francisco. Best record in baseball, and they are thriving on YouTube this afternoon.
He just smokes it. Forget about it. Oh, my goodness. Great baseball right there.
And that one's gonna go.
That ball was crushed.
And this is gonna do it. A home run. Strike 3. That was a great play. I talked about his fielding skills. That was remarkable.
Something like this is what they came for.
Nice guns. I'm kidding.
He's throwing the whole kitchen sink.
The blender.
The blender. Did you call that ball or did you yell? I was inside that first inning. It's the first time I ever heard you call a ball.
Yeah?
You got a mic on or something? Yeah. It's the hardest I've ever seen you run in the ball.
Wow, keep it coming, guys.
You know, on a day like today, when it's tough times so far this afternoon for Cincinnati, it's nice to have Jesse Winker on your side to keep it light.
Jesse has a tendency to do that, Scott. but you know, and that's his personality, and that's why he's, to me, such a good hitter. He just, you know, he doesn't dwell on things. He just goes out there and tries to have a good time and give professional at bats. He's just a happy-go-lucky guy.
Why not? He's been torching the baseball this season. And so has his team for the most part. Last year, one of the worst offenses in the game. This year, one of the best. It's just that the Giants' pitching is so good, and it's been on display all series long. That hit Blandino as he shakes off his left hand.
Yeah, it's tough, to your point, Scott. It's tough having a 4-game series when you're facing a team that has the best starting rotation ERA in baseball.
Did that get
Is that
Blandino?
replayable?
Yes, I believe that's reviewable.
Yeah.
Or reviewable, yes. Replayable. Of course it's replayable.
And Johnny Cueto immediately, you could read his lips saying, was that foul ball?
He sold it really well. Knob of the bat, that's it. Here's a good look.
Yeah, that had to have hit the knob, right?
That's it. Knob of the bat. It's a foul ball, folks.
But the problem is when you look at the hitter and he shakes his hand like it hit him in his hand running to first base, it never looks good for me.
No.
Never, ever looks good.
Well, it almost, yeah. But
he's coming back.
In Blandino's defense, maybe he shook his hand because it vibrated so much when it hit the knob.
You're a great lawyer,
No?
Danny.
Even Blandino's walking back, putting his gloves back on. Yeah, I don't really need you guys to go ahead and review that. I already know the answer.
And that's the thing, Jeremy. We have replay nowadays. So most of the time, if you fool us, we're going to catch you.
Yeah, like you can't even act.
No. Could that have been the quickest replay review in the history of the replay?
It's up there. Headset on. Nah. Hit the bat. Headset off. Let's continue here in the 5th with the leadoff batter for Cincinnati. Number 8 hitter and Golden Globe winner, Alex Blandino.
Yeah. Well, I love it that he started to walk back before they even made the decision.
If I'm a teammate, I'm probably putting a bag of ice in his locker after the game.
And a cut and a miss. Not his best swing. Cueto picks up the strikeout. Time for our Jim Beam player spotlight. He's mic'd up today, and his name is Jesse Winker, and he keeps getting better. Look at his splits this season. He crushes right-handed pitching. He loves fastballs. He has the best batting average in the National League at .343, and in his career, at one point it looked like, you know what, this might be a platoon player, and he still has a bit to prove in that department. He's just so good against right-handed pitching, but lefties have been able to figure him out so far this year. But Jesse Winker has shown himself to be not only one of the best hitters, Danny, but he also will take his base.
Yeah, he's very patient. He's selective at the plate, and sometimes it gets him in a little bit of trouble because there's pitches that are close that, you know, he thinks are balls and he gets behind in the count. But at the same time, that patience has been great for him. And I think the more that he gets the opportunities now to face lefties on a consistent basis, he's going to get better and better facing them. You know, in the past, you mentioned the platoon and only facing righties because he mashes them. But the more he gets the opportunity to face lefties, the more comfortable he's going to get.
Pinch hitter Shogo Akiyama has a 3-1 count. Look at Cueto picking up the pace. Strike 2. Back to JP at the ballpark.
Yes, as you mentioned, Scott, he leads the National League in batting average this year, and for that reason, among others, he could be a very intriguing possibility that teams are going to ask about at the trade deadline. Of course, Reds fans do not want to hear that, but he is someone who has immense value because a lot of outfielders this season have had some diminished production, so his production stands out all the more. Also, Scott, I think from a standpoint of his personality, he was born in Buffalo, New York, grew up and remains a fan of the Buffalo Bills. That is a very strong character-building aspect of life, signed this particular Michigander and lifelong Lions fan.
Akiyama flies out to left. JP, I'm going to double back to you as Winker's up, and he walked in the first, grounded out in the third. Do you think Jesse Winker is a trade candidate at this deadline if the Reds are not in contention, based on the fact that he is still under team control for 2 more seasons after this? There's the birthplace, Buffalo, New York. I mean, he is one of the top hitters in the sport these days. Do you really think the Reds would entertain offers? JP, still there?
To passing the Cardinals
JP,
right now.
Pick
How
it up
pass
again.
are we to
We
passing?
didn't have your mic for a sec, JP. Pick it up again as Winker sends one to left center, and it's caught. Let's table that. I promise we'll go back to you, JP. We have time, and the
Very
Giants have a little cushion. They're up by 13 runs as Dickerson puts away Winker, and we'll head to the 6th on YouTube.
The A's are leading 1-0, and here we go. First at bat today for Barry Bonds. Bonds arrived in Oakland spinning his wheels in pursuit of that elusive 714th homer.
Bonds drives one. Right center field. Hit a tug. It is out of here. 7-14. And he is now tied with the Babe. And believe it or not, they are all on their feet here in Oakland. And the Giants players are all coming out of the dugout. And this is a great moment. Bonds at 7-14.
How he got here and who the man is, those are discussions for some other time. Today it's only the matter of what he has done. Barry Bonds has tied Babe Ruth 714 home runs.
Three-o swinging? Huh? 3-0 swinging? I would. What about you? Me? No. See, you got pop. I run into balls.
Amazing. That is amazing content right there. Give me all of the mic'd up players on YouTube all season long, please. Dubon and Winker talking about 3-0. And if you're swinging, Dubon says no. Winker says yes. And of course, that gets me thinking of the game situation too, as Carson Fulmer is in the game for Cincinnati. Their 4th pitcher of the day, Tyler Mahle, lasted just a couple innings, gave up 7 runs. Here's the line for Fulmer so far this season, a 5.70 ERA. He pitched the top of the 9th yesterday, gave up 3 runs on 2 hits and a couple walks. It's Dickerson, Dubon, and Duggar due up in the 6th for San Francisco. Well, it's only fitting that I'm going to get Danny Graves and Jeremy Affeldt to chime in on the topic of the week. Well, there's probably two, the no-hitters, but I've got another for you, as that one stays up there for the catch for Tyler Naquin here in the 6th, one down. Okay, Yermin Mercedes with a double-digit lead. Danny, you're smiling. You're going to go first. Yermin Mercedes, 3-0 pitch from a position player, Willians Astudillo. His manager said don't swing. He said, I'm going to do me. And he did swing. And then the next day they went after him with a pitch behind him. Is this conversation tired at this point? Dubon going after the first pitch. And he's going to pop it up to India. The squeeze for out number 2. Can hitters swing at 3-0 even if they're up by double-digit runs?
Well, we have 2 quick outs, and they better extend this inning because we got a lot to say, I'm sure. At least I do. To me, if a position player is pitching, there are no rules, right? I think you have every opportunity as a hitter to go up there swinging whatever the count is, because hitters don't want to strike out facing a position player. So when it's 3-0 and he ends up throwing it, did he hear them screaming, take, don't swing 3-0? I don't know. But to me, I don't see any problem with doing it. I see a problem with throwing at somebody the next day in the 7th inning. Now, in my opinion, if there was such a big problem with it, then they should have hit the very next player with the first pitch of that at bat and not wait 24 hours to the 7th inning. That's my opinion. I could go on, but I want Jeremy to say something because we got 2 outs here.
Well, first of all, it's more, to me, what I had the problem with is the call from the coaching staff was take. So for me, 3-0, I don't have a problem swinging 3-0. You're right, position on position player, like, who cares? But they were told he had the take sign. So to me, that's just an issue with, like, you still got to respect your coaches and what they're trying to do. But because it's 3-0, not a big deal. But like you said, if you have an issue with it, either hit the next guy or hit him the first at bat the next day, but don't wait all the way to the 7th inning.
Right.
Duggar down on strikes. Good. You got your take in there, even though I've got a different one. It's all good. 1-2-3 inning here in the 6th for Carson Fulmer.
Make fun of me or my ball glove.
Heart is palpitating.
Swung on, hit in the air to right, makes a diving catch.
We've seen Clint do this several times this year. Gonna have to get some new sunglasses.
Oh, he crashed his head into those glasses.
Yeah, he just turned them into Broakley's.
Bouncing ball, Guerrero bounces it to short, and Bichette threw off his balance, and he went down. Watch him try to avoid this ball and then lose his balance and then go down and actually roll into third base.
And Birdie lost his shoe. A run scores. Birdie slipped out of his spikes.
Yeah, we've about seen it all. Birdie thought about 3 different things. Decided to just get the out at first base after losing his right shoe.
Two, 3, and 4 due up for the Reds in the bottom of the 6th, and we have 2 potential Hall of Famers on these rosters. Giants meeting up with the Reds this afternoon. 2012 MVP Buster Posey, who's having a renaissance campaign, and Joey Votto's currently on the injured list. The 2010 NL MVP, known for one of the ultimate batter's eyes. I mean, this guy knows how to take a pitch or two, an on-base percentage machine, 6-time All-Star. Meanwhile, Posey, multiple World Series titles. He's pretty much done it all. The resume is stacked. So here's our next YouTube poll question. Which of these players belongs in the Baseball Hall of Fame? And you can chime in from your phone or your computer. Posey, Votto, pictured there, or both. Jeremy Affeldt, you go first. who's making the Hall of Fame? One, the other, or both?
Oh man, I've played with both those guys. With today's standards, I'm not sure. Votto to me is a great player, Gold Glover, can hit. I just don't know. He takes so many walks. I don't know if they're gonna put him in. But that doesn't mean he hasn't been one of the best players of his era. With Buster, I think Buster definitely should get in. Just because if you look at his overall scenario, I mean, not only has he caught 3 World Series champions, he caught some of the best pitchers in the game, but he's caught no-hitters. He's won MVPs. He's won Rookie of the Year. He's got Silver Sluggers. He's got Gold Gloves. He's caught, 1,500 games. I think that for me, when you look at a catcher and how bad they get beat up, and you look at the type of catcher he was, not just defensively, but offensively, I don't see how he can't not be in. I mean, he has to be in the Hall of Fame. I mean, you think of catchers in baseball over the last 10 years, I think of 2 guys. I think of Molina, and I think of Buster Posey. Those are the guys that I see kids needing to kind of learn how to be a catcher from. Watch those guys, watch how they catch. They steal strikes for their pitchers. They just control the game. They do everything well. They throw guys out. To me, it's a big deal. Votto's he's in a tough spot. It's a first baseman spot. There's been so many talented first basemen. His numbers have been very, very good overall. I'm just not sure that he's been loud enough, for me. But he could easily get into. I do think that. I don't want to take that from him. But if I'm going to have to see which one's jumping, it's Buster.
Man, this is tough. And I almost hope that you were going to ask J.P. Morosi this first, since he's an official voter.
That's a good point. I think that was unfair.
Yeah, it was very unfair because we don't have our voter cards. He'll go next. Okay, so here's what I think. And to the points that Jeremy was making, Joey Votto, I think he does have a legitimate shot. He's got 300 career home runs. He's a 303 career hitter. Oh, and by the way, Buster Posey's a 303 career hitter too. That's eerily similar or spot on. So I think there's a good chance for Votto, and I think Buster Posey is a shoo-in. In my opinion, as a catcher, to have that many World Series rings and have an MVP, being a career 300 hitter, to me, I think he is the epitome of a Hall of Fame player. His character, and JP can elaborate on the criteria for voting, but Buster Posey to me is kind of the face of what a Hall of Famer is.
That's great. And we'll get JP in the 3 spot on this conversation as everyone's voting right now on YouTube. Is it Votto? Is it Posey? Is it both eventual Hall of Famers? Are they on the Hall of Fame highway? Tyler Stevenson's payoff is on the ground. Nicely done by Evan Longoria to gobble it up and record the second out. So a strikeout and a ground ball for new pitcher Sam Selman replacing Johnny Cueto. Buster Posey getting the day off, but he's been money this season. JP adding to his potential Hall of Fame resume.
Both Posey and Votto are deserving of the Hall of Fame, in my opinion. Of the two, I think Buster is more deserving, and it's because of the demands of his position. When I vote for the Hall of Fame, and yes, you take sportsmanship into consideration, and both are tremendous in that category too, when I vote for the Hall of Fame, I usually ask myself this question. If I'm going to write a single-page summary typed based on the era that this player played in the major leagues, how important is this player to that one-page summary? And with 3 World Series rings, playing that position, winning MVP, to me, Buster Posey belongs in the Hall of Fame in the same way that Yadier Molina does. I think catchers are very, very unique. And one of the things that I think is really fascinating, look at the games played behind the plate between Posey and Joe Mauer. Posey has already surpassed Mauer. Of course, Joe had the batting titles, but their overall career batting average is very, very similar. So Mauer may actually be able to get into, but I think between the two, I put Posey ahead of Votto.
He's caught 3 no-hitters. He's won 3 rings And there's only 2 others in MLB history that pulled that off. I mean, seriously, look at the resume for Buster Posey. What else does he need to do? On the other side, Joey Votto has had quite the modern career, but he's trending down late. 313 in his first decade in the bigs, much more power, and then you look at the last few seasons, 262, 377 on base is still up there among the best in baseball, but the slugging down to 420 since 2018. He's currently on the shelf for now, and he's a big part of this team in the clubhouse, of course. He actually told Tyler Stevenson to start working out at first base, and we saw Tyler yesterday playing first for the first time in his career in the big leagues. But Joey Votto is a more curious case, at least for some, as that's fouled off by Tyler Naquin. JP, finish this off for us.
One quick thought, yes, on Votto's candidacy. Votto and Helton, if you look at Jay Jaffe's incredible numbers and analytics there, the resumes for Votto and Helton are quite similar, and I think Helton is trending in the right direction. So if Helton gets in, it's going to bode very well for the way that the electorate will regard Votto's candidacy as well.
I think everybody watching on YouTube that's participating in the poll has all of the information that they need to make an informed decision when they vote. Which of these players belong in the Hall of Fame? It's up there now, Posey, Votto, or both.
Well, can I give the watchers and listeners advice here on this? Take the advice of JP Morosi, who is actually one that votes for real, because Jeremy and I don't.
No. Yeah, we don't vote. I would vote. Yeah, I think you deserve the under 6 foot Hall of Fame. I think.
How'd I know that was going to come up again at some point?
It's that time of day.
Yeah. I'm just glad we're sitting.
Yeah.
Look at Naquin continue to foul pitches off. 9 pitches so far.
Cincinnati has so many beautiful skies during this time of the year.
I think Tyler Naquin's hitting every point of the sky right now. Now 10 pitch at bat, still counting. We're getting some of the YouTube creators responding with comments to the poll question. 5-point vids, Joey's sound bites alone get him in the Hall of Fame. The Finn for the win. I don't think either are Hall of Famers. Don't at me. Actually, I would put Posey in probably, but def not Votto. So he's actually contemplating and talking it out with everyone in the commentary section.
You know, it's funny when people say Hall of Fame, not Hall of really good. Come on, think of something different.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Come up with something different.
And like JP was saying, like the era, like people have to remember the era of baseball. This is there's been a lot of changes, and to play as good as some of these guys are playing with all of the scouting, all of the numbers, all of the computers that go into figuring each and every person out, and these guys still come out and play good. I mean, Buster having his best year so far to date, and he's 5 years old, and all the numbers are still trying to pick him apart as a hitter, and he's making adjustments. And that's when it comes to the Hall of Fame, it's hard for people to understand. It's so hard to be a good player, but then you have to take into account the position. I mean, as a catcher, you're squatting behind the plate, you're blocking balls, you're having to think about each pitch, setting guys up, and then mentally go to the plate and think about how they're pitching against you, and then driving in runs and having the strength to do it. Being a catcher and being an offensive and defensive catcher is very difficult to do in any era of baseball. Buster's been, in my opinion, one of the best.
And when you have a 14 pitch at bat that ends up with the pop-up, we have time to lay out our Hall of Fame discussion. Giants with a big day. Step up to the plate, compete online, and crush dingers in MLB Home Run Derby. Download on the App Store and Google Play Store for free today. COVID-19 vaccines are safe and effective. Join the team and get the vaccine to help get back to doing what we love together. Visit MLB.com/COVID-19 resources for more information. 8-9-1 due up for the Giants. In the 7th, Scott Braun, Danny Graves, Jeremy Affeldt, JP Morosi having a great day. To a global audience on YouTube, Curt Casali is 1 for 2, single hit by pitch. He scored one of San Francisco's 14 runs today. Most runs we've seen in a game this season is 17, done by the Washington Nationals against the Arizona Diamondbacks. They've got a shot. And he did not go around.
These are the games if you're a reliever, you're hiding right now because you do not want to pitch when they're fighting at the bat rack to get out there.
And like his inning before where he threw like, what, 9 pitches or whatever it was, I mean, he's got to feel like he's the MVP of the Reds right now. Like, I got out of that inning in 9 pitches.
You're the real MVP, Carson. Eat up some innings too. Both of these teams heading right into big weekend series. Ooh, did that get him? It did. Casali is hit by a pitch for the 2nd time today. Hold on.
Well, at least he was wearing that arm guard where he got smoked last at bat.
Did it get him?
Yeah, it looked like.
I think it actually hit the arm guard. Like it probably, that arm guard is actually what got.
Yeah, I think it nicked him a little bit.
Yeah.
But this is the problem, I think, sometimes with a lot of the pitchers, especially the younger ones, that don't know how to effectively pitch inside. You know, you try to go in on the black a little bit, and then that ball runs up and into a right-handed hitter. And the next thing you know, you get yourself in trouble. And another pitch right there from Fulmer. If guys, the stuff that they have these days, especially, if they can command their fastball to the inner part of the plate, especially righty on righty, you can pitch in this game for so long, but guys just can't do it.
Austin Slater's in the game. One Vandy alum plunks another. Let's see if we heard it.
Yeah, there's a little tick right there right before, but I'll tell you what, man, if there's 50,000 people there, I don't know if you're hearing that. Yeah, but to echo what Danny said, pitching effectively to the inside part of the plate on a hitter is what keeps you in the ball game, because if hitters can basically lean out over the plate feeling like you won't be able to put it where you want it on the inside, it makes them so comfortable to adjust to your pitches. But if you can place it, strike on the black inside, 4 inches off the dish inside, move it in, and then come all the way back out and command it, there's a lot you can do. But with these guys now trying to throw as hard as they can, I think it takes away from their ability to locate certain pitches and
100%.
make it, like Miley said, as an art when you're out there pitching.
Fulmer strikes out Slater, and it's a food fight, an MLB food fight presented by MasterCard to determine which ballpark food is the best this year. Fill out your bracket at MLB.com/foodfight today. Ballpark by the river, Cincinnati. It's going to be a lot more full very soon at Great American. That's golfed. Yastrzemski sends it to right. And there's Mark Payton. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
So that was Yastrzemski's 5th at bat, and we did not talk about his mustache once.
No.
It's time.
I mean,
it's time.
That was the coolest mustache in baseball.
They've got it down. Slater, I swear, when you see Slater in the dugout, there's probably not a lot of people that remember him. Well, maybe there is, but I talk to kids, they don't know who he is. He looks like Randy Johnson, I swear. If we can find Slater, well, there's Yaz's. I think they're doing some sort of mustache.
Wait, hold on. The race is on for Darren Ruff. He is going to hold up at second. A triple shy of the cycle.
He should have tried it.
Well, he could blame that on Casali. Casali clogging up the bases for him.
Casali's at third. Two-out double for Darren Ruff. Have a day from the 2 spot. A couple doubles, a single, and a 2-run homer. Send the runners. It's getaway day. Come on.
Did you see him look for Casali to see where he is?
Look, he's got a little slouch over a second. Like, come on, man.
Panda had the last Giants cycle. Wait, Panda had a triple in 2011 against Colorado.
Yeah.
In San Francisco, that's the spot, though, to get the triple done.
No, he was no, I think it was in Colorado, right?
Oh, it was in Colorado, which is another great place to pull off a triple. The outfield
I remember,
in Colorado
except for the
is
oxygen
huge.
tank. The oxygen tank got brought out after that, though. The slouch.
Look at Mauricio Dubon. Go, Darren!
Well, they need to yell at Casali for that one.
Yeah.
Hey, that's going to score 1, and here comes another. Brandon Crawford brings in 2 more for San Francisco to make it 16-1. Casali and Ruff come on down, and the Giants are 1 away from matching the most runs we've seen in a baseball game from one team this season.
It's amazing. For those just turning in, and if you're just turning in, you must have been living under a rock to not watch us on YouTube right now. But for those tuning in, Buster Posey has nothing to do with these 16 runs, and that is remarkable.
None. He's probably asking for an at-bat, though.
Well, you mentioned earlier, Jeremy, that the series they have coming up next against the Dodgers, get all the rest you can, and this is a perfect game for him just to sit there and do nothing.
And it's a perfect game to rest your back end of your pen if you can, because You now, if you're Kapler, you're looking at the back end of your pen. You're like, I don't have to pitch any of those guys. I can rest my main guys because there's a good chance I'm going to be using them in the next 3 straight games because it's going to be a dogfight.
Evan Longoria has left the yard. It's a 2-run homer, and the Giants have scored more runs in a game than any team this season. An 18 spot. Longo's 5th of the year.
Just as you mentioned earlier, Jeremy, Fulmer had a quick inning, and he's the MVP, and then look what happens. It's so bizarre the way that hitting is so contagious. Guys start hitting the ball out of the ballpark, and everybody wants to fight to get an at-bat.
And you've played there, Danny, like in day games, if it's got any kind of sun out, there's any kind of heat, that ball flies out of this ballpark.
Definitely.
Alex Dickerson into the shift. More damage from the Giants. They tack on 4, and their tally is 18, most by a team in a single game this season. Move over pitching. This team can swing the bat.
Ya iba para conmigo para enseñarte los trucos. ¿Cuándo tira de nuevo? Ah, no, tú estás ready para hacer otra pierna hoy. Tienes que hacer así, esto así, papi. Eso ahí. Coño, eso hay que caminando. ¿Estás ready con esta? Aflojar. Una hora para calentar. Un muchachito de 27 años. Y yo un hombre de 35. Lo que tú quieras hacer, yo voy a hacer. Voy a trabajar para ti. Oíste, el viejito va a trabajar para ti. No, tírala. Suéltala adelante. Termina con ella, qué bueno. Te va a ayudar mucho. Termina con ella, para adelante. Pues no para el brazo, suéltala. Tú estás tirando, suéltala, normal. Mira, como una pelota de poli. Ahí. Hay que soltarla.
Google Cloud is helping to power StatCast with massive amounts of data points to reveal new insights, taking you deeper into the game than ever before. Google Cloud is the official cloud technology of Major League Baseball. StatCast, powered by Google Cloud, giving us a little more details on Eugenio Suarez, who's going to lead off the bottom of the 7th for Cincinnati against non-fastballs. Look at the way pitchers are attacking Gino, and he has not been able to capitalize on the slow stuff so far this year, Danny.
Well, if you look at these numbers in 2018 and 19, when he had such good power, especially that low and away and middle away, he was taking advantage of this ballpark here in Cincinnati where you have that wind tunnel in right center field. So you just kind of get the ball lifted and it carries out there, and that's what he did. Now, as of late, he wants to hit 50 home runs today, and I feel like he's just pressing too hard to get back to what he was before instead of just being the good old Gino that he was in the past, and just go out and have fun and let your just let it come as it was.
That middle number is really surprising too, as we see most homers off fastballs since the start of 2018. So he feasts on heaters, but still that 182 on pitches down the pipe that are non-fastballs is definitely surprising when you saw the damage that he had done in the past on those pitches. I mean, often that's a hanger from a pitcher, and Suarez just has not been able to time it up. That's 100 from Duvall, who's in the game. Camilo Doval for San Francisco. Stuff is definitely off the charts. It's closer-like. It's just been a little bit of control to figure out. ERA is not pretty so far this season. We'll see how he works here. Perfect chance for him to try and get himself right and acclimated to the big league level against this Cincinnati lineup in the 7th with a 17-run cushion.
And with Suarez in that number in the middle of that hot box being so low on off-speed pitches, that's when you can tell that you're really trying to crush the ball so bad you can't wait on it, and you have zero discipline and patience, and you're just way out in front of it, and you don't hit it like you can. So, I mean, it's just a matter of being more patient and just trying to drive the ball back up the middle.
Ball 4 misses from Doval. While we have a chance, let's finish up this poll. And really great job from the creators to weigh in with their comments. Which of these players belongs in the Hall? Posey, 48%. But really almost everyone thinks Posey belongs, because 40% went with both. So 88% think Posey's a lock. Votto gets 12%. And again, close to half think that both will eventually be headed to Cooperstown. And some of the comments to basebally-softball.com, Posey for sure. I don't think Votto enters the Hall. Sportstorm said if they retired in the same year, I'd see Posey entering before Votto, but I think Votto gets in eventually. Well done by everyone on that one. Our Hall of Fame voter, JP Morosi. Can you size up what we just saw in the results? How did fans do?
Really enjoyed the conversation and the feedback, of course. I do think that ultimately Posey and Votto both get in. And on my Hall of Fame ballot for next year, I'm really excited to see a couple players tied to these two great franchises. Scott Rowland, who's had more and more support over the years. He's someone that I vote for. Of course, Jeremy played against him in that classic 2012 division series here in Cincinnati. So I think Rowland eventually gets in. I vote for him every year. And Jeff Kent. Guys, I am a Jeff Kent voter. I believe he's a Hall of Famer, one of the best offensive second basemen ever. I think his defense is criticized too much. He was not a great defender, but I think he was a solid defender, and certainly good enough when you consider his offense being one of the very best second basemen ever. So I wanted to make that point there. Rowland and Kent both get my vote. We'll see what happens next year.
He was good enough, Jeff Kent, to stay at the position at second base, of course. And man, he was some bat. Actually, you remember 2002, Giants made the World Series. Home run leaders that year for the team were Bonds, Kent, number 3. Do you know who number 3 was with 20 home runs on that team?
David Bell.
Oh, yes, I do.
JP.
The manager for the Reds.
That's right.
Come on. Bell.
The
Bell?
The Harvard grad beat you to it. JP going with David Bell with the mic on. Nice.
Man, let someone else participate.
Sorry, Jeremy, my mistake. But I did mention the 2012 division series. I thought I was going to get on your good side that way, right?
Yeah, you did. You saved yourself. I'm only halfway mad at you right now.
There's a
Just
strike
in
to
the
Jonathan
future-
India. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Yeah, go ahead.
In the future, if there's any trivia question, JP's going to get it.
Yeah.
So like, turn his mic off and let us get it wrong, and then he can tell us the right answer.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I actually did not know that my mic was even open. I just said it. I just talk, as you guys know.
That's classic
great.
JP. He's playing along even if he wasn't on the broadcast.
Mics are always hot, JP.
Stay hot.
Thank you for
Jonathan
the
India
reminder. I
strikes
appreciate
out.
it.
Nice. Doval gets the K. I mean, he's got great stuff, Doval. He does let the first 2 runners reach. Suarez walked. Farmer with a single, but you're talking about a guy who can hit triple digits with his fastball, yet that's his secondary pitch. He uses his slider 63% of the time.
Well, and there's a reason, because he can't control his fastball. Could you imagine if he could, though? I mean, how nasty he would be?
Yeah, when you've got a sling and arm slot like that at 100 miles an hour, that arm is so alive. I mean, it's just whipping the ball through there, and it's all about feel. It's all about timing of the release point with the fastball. So he would probably want to, if he can command his slider, he will go to that more. But if he can throw fastballs like that, even though it was down, but if he can get consistent anywhere over the plate with his 97 to 100 early in the count, with hitters knowing he can command a slider like that, they'll swing more at the fastballs outside the zone, but they're not going to swing at anything hard right now, knowing he really can't command it.
There's some
He's just
fastball
kind of
paint.
effectively wild.
Yeah. I think we see more and more relievers like that too, Danny, in the big leagues right now. Going back to the conversation about command, where the stuff is ridiculous, but we don't know where it's going.
Well, I feel like they have to try to compete with the other guys that just throw hard. You know, instead of trying to, you can still throw hard and be nasty. Like if he could tone it down to 99 right there and just paint it, as opposed to slinging it at 100 where you don't know where it goes. And to me, that's just a matter of honing in on your mechanics. Right now, he's so inconsistent with staying back and driving towards the plate. As soon as he lifts his front leg, he's already falling towards the plate, so his arm drags a lot on his fastball.
Hey, Camilo, 100's cool, but tone it down to 99, okay?
yeah.
Well, you see the 100 down the middle, Blandino was kind of right on it, but the 99 on the black, Blandino didn't even see it. That's a good problem to have, right?
Yeah, real good.
2 on, 2-2, in there. He straightens him up with the slider. New to the MLB Game of the Week for the 2021 season, the YouTube Player of the Game. Hit your mobile device or your computer and you can vote for which player will receive the beautiful trophy. Customized, engraved with the name of the player of the game. Jack Flaherty won it last week for the Cardinals, picking up the W, so we'll have polling options coming soon. And then we'll talk to that player post-game.
Gosh, when you have a team that scores 18 runs, it's not that easy to pick a most valuable player.
No.
Hey, Jeremy, how about Doval wearing Barry Zito's great number 75 here for the Giants?
Yeah, that's not even a number that most people even choose. And you got a guy choosing it. I think that's an interesting, I'd like to know the story behind that. Maybe, I mean, Barry's pretty much old like us, so that kid probably watched him when he was like 8. So maybe it's like, maybe it was his favorite pitcher or something. And he's finally seeing him. But it's definitely not a number that you would naturally choose to have, and so to see it twice in a Giants uniform is definitely pretty unique.
He's ahead of Akiyama. That was close.
But for umpires to see that and to not call that a strike, it's just sure but it's just for the fact that they don't think he can command it anyway.
Yeah.
If he's throwing a lot of strikes at 100 miles an hour and he throws one right there in a 2-2 count, he's probably going to get rung up right there.
Yeah.
But it's just that the umpire doesn't buy into it because he hasn't seen it enough.
Crawford bobbles, throw is late. Akiyama is safe.
And that was going to be a tough play for Crawford, even if it fields it cleanly, because Akiyama gets down the line probably quicker than anybody on this team, even though he's not the fastest on this team. But being left-handed and the way that he swings coming out of the box, I mean, he's Ichiro-like getting down the line.
Yeah, I don't even know if he would, like you said, that really was, it was a bobble, but how Crawford bobbled it, it was almost like he's just exchanged hands like you would normally, and he can get rid of that ball so quick. I don't think that cost it. I think that was just an infield single, but I mean.
Well, now the Reds have the bases loaded. And there's a strike at the top of the zone. Max Schrock just called up today. Mike Moustakas is on the injured list with a heel contusion. Schrock's 1 for 9 so far this season. That was ruled an error on Brandon Crawford.
Wow, that's a tough error right there. And what about the home cooking for Akiyama? Give him a knock.
Yeah.
Right?
It's tough.
I guess when you're as good as Brandon Crawford is, they expect you to make every play.
Yeah, and the
Bob was
Giants.
definitely an error.
That's right. Giants have the fewest errors in the National League this season.
Well, if I'm the pitcher here and get out of this cleanly with no runs, I'm going to ask the official scorer to change that to a hit. Because it's not going to give you an earned run, right?
Yeah.
I don't even know if they do that anymore.
Schrock rocks it foul. Danny, I'll give the Reds this. The score is lopsided, but the quality of at-bats from the Reds this afternoon, despite the deficit on a getaway day, has been impressive.
It really has, Scott. They've made these pitchers work, and they've been getting guys on base. They just haven't been able to capitalize on it. But yes, their at-bats have been really good throughout the lineup.
Giants pitchers are so good with runners on. I mean, Kevin Gossman's been one of the best in the biz this year with runners in scoring position. And we've really seen that throughout the series. There's been some traffic for Cincinnati, and the Giants have just continued to escape. See if Duvall can do it. Nope, that one gets away. And in comes a run for Cincinnati. It's 18-2. That's Suarez scoring.
That's tough, Kurt Casale. I mean, when you're throwing as hard as Duvall does, and then that slider that doesn't get to the plate, it's really hard to get down and block it. I know Casale's mad at himself because he takes a lot of pride in blocking balls, but that's not an easy one to block. And you talk about the runners in scoring position, how good they are, Scott. Well, today, 1 for 9, the Reds with runners in scoring position.
There you go. And the Reds have been a good team in that category this year. Payoff to Schrock. Got him. Fishing for the slider. One more for the Reds. 18-2 after 7.
The 1990 World Series, the underdog Reds versus the awesome A's.
It's going to go. You would think they just won the World Series. A third strikeout for Rio. And McGee hits it to O'Neill. The Reds have won it. That ball is fair. Cincinnati's ahead. 2 games to none. And what are the odds of Cincinnati being 2-0? Here we are in game 3.
The Reds have hit for the cycle in this inning.
It is 8-2. And these Reds are pounding that ball. And that's the way this one ends. And Cincinnati leads it 3 games to none. What a job they are doing on the Oakland team. And a high fly ball to right will put Cincinnati on top. The throw goes into second base, and it's 2-1 Cincinnati. Cincinnati, the champions of baseball for 1990. With an improbable sweep over Oakland.
You nervous? That's why, yeah. I felt soggy. What the hell, bro? asphalt. See mine? Dry as a bone. Hit a homer like that.
Keep in mind I have 2 strikeouts.
So? I'll take 4 strikeouts and 1 4 3 strikeouts and a homer.
Mauricio Dubon is mic'd up today on YouTube. Fun dude. And I like that, Jeremy. A conversation you wouldn't have had a decade ago is everyone has a card on the field, and Dubon's like, ha ha, mine's drier than yours.
Yeah, the conversations among the athletes have definitely changed, and now we have an athlete. We got another pitcher. This might be the first time I've been a part of a broadcast with position player pitches. I'm actually kind of excited right now.
This is not the first for me. I feel like I get a few of these a year. And there's your 65-mile-an-hour breaking pitch for a strike to Mauricio Dubon. Now, Alex Blandino is making his 4th career pitching appearance. Schrock was a pinch hitter last frame, and now he's at first. Blandino was at first. Now he's on the mound. No runs in 2 1/3 in his career. Did that hit him? No. You would think you can avoid 70-something miles an hour.
Well, I can tell you this. He's wearing the pitcher's pants for sure. I mean, he looks like a pitcher right now. Oh, he did a shake.
Lobbed left. Got a knock. Dubon's 2nd hit of the day.
Okay, so this might be me, but I feel like he's got a little bit of a Houston Street delivery set up. Am I right on that? A Houston Street type? I feel like that's Houston Street.
I could see it a little bit. Minus what, about 25 miles an hour on the heater?
Yeah. Yeah, but I feel like the delivery, the uniform setup, all that stuff, and then he's not throwing he's not throwing 94, but I just feel like there's a little bit of that.
Houston's probably sitting at home and someone just texted him and said, yo, they just compared a position player to you. Who's got it? Shogo. 1 out. Hey, while we have a moment, your player of the game poll is live. Who is today's YouTube player of the game? They'll get a trophy. They'll chat with us post-game. Steven Duggar had the grand slam. Darren Ruff is a triple shy of the cycle. Brandon Crawford with a big day. 3 hits, including a homer. And Evan Longoria has reached base 4 times. 2 singles, a walk, and a 2-run shot. Go for it. Polls open now. Let us know. Let's get some help, too, as Blandino faces Kurt Casale 1-on-1 out in the 8th. Help our YouTube viewers make a decision. Jeremy, the player of the game is?
I'm going with Duggar, just because, I mean, that grand slam pretty much like opened it up, but it was also just a absolute bomb. It was a locked in. They were up a little bit. He kind of stayed focused and just put a nail in the coffin. I mean, that's what kind of pushed that score to where it needed to be a little bit more comfortable, let Cueto go. But I think right now I'm going with Duggar.
Danny?
Okay, so that's a really good choice. It's hard to go against a guy that hits a grand slam, but here's my take. He's just a one-hit wonder. 1 swing, 4 RBIs. Well, I'm going Brandon Crawford with the flow. 6 RBIs on the day.
Yep, and the hair.
Yeah, the hair. The hair helps. That's 90 miles an hour from Blandino.
On the black.
He fooled us. He was throwing 70 to start the inning with the fastball. He's dialing it up.
He got a runner on base. He's upset.
Hasn't given up a run in his career. This is his 4th appearance. And now it's Austin Slater. Big smile from Slater. On the ground, Alex Blandino, you are an effective major league reliever. 4 career appearances, he hasn't given up a run. Give that man a standing O.
If you could be on a reality show, which one would you be on?
Probably Survivor. I think that would be fun. You know, have some challenges, have some competition, be able to make some friends, possibly cross some friends. It'd be fun.
Former Giant you look up to the most?
Can it be kind of a current Giant too? Because they're technically former Giants. Probably Craw. You know, the way that he's composed himself and the way that he carries himself has really helped me learn how to kind of be a pro. There's never a moment that's too big for him. So that's always something really cool that I've always admired.
What was your first concert?
My first concert was Backstreet Boys, for sure. I think I went for my 8th birthday. It was awesome. We took like a limo into Boston. First time I'd ever been in a limo. I went to that show and it was at the Garden. Definitely a memorable one.
The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube is presented by Jim Beam this afternoon, Giants and Reds. And visit the San Francisco Giants official YouTube channel to watch behind-the-scenes content, top highlights, and learn more about your favorite Giants players. Subscribe to youtube.com/Giants today so you never miss a new video. JP Morosi watching this one-sided slugfest today. JP, a big weekend coming up, really for both sides, but let's highlight what San Francisco is about to run into at home as Jose Alvarez is going to take over in the 8th.
Well, I can't wait because we have seen 6 no-hit games in baseball this year, but we have not yet seen a Giants-Dodgers game, and that's going to change tomorrow. Oracle Park. Former Reds right-hander Trevor Bauer on the mound for the Dodgers against former Dodger Alex Wood. So many storylines there. The NL West has become a fascinating division to watch unfold with very little going according to script. A lot of us thought in spring training it was going to be the Dodgers or the Padres. Well, here come the Giants' best record in Major League Baseball right now, and they've got a great test tomorrow with their first game of the season against their arch rival.
First matchup of the season between the Giants and the Dodgers. Classic rivalry has a lot of juice. And look at the Dodgers entering the gamesmanship early on in the season, knowing how much a series like this means when San Francisco is really running away right now. Best record in Major League Baseball. And you know, if things hold up, I feel safe saying that, they'll be 28-16 on the year. And Posey's going to get big time playing time in a series against some very tough pitchers on the LA side. I'm fired up for that one, Jeremy.
Yeah, no, this is going to be a great series. It's going to be one that the Giants fans especially, but just I think the Giants and Dodgers ball clubs, it's always a rivalry game, but this one is a little different because, you know, the Giants now are whatever 12 games up over 500, and it's a close, they're ahead of the Dodgers, they're ahead of the Padres, best team in baseball, but then this is just going to be an overall good game, and it's going to feel probably more like a playoff experience than the last few years when the Giants haven't really been in all that great a contention compared to where the Dodgers have been at. So this is a fun series that I think a lot of people have been looking forward to all year and are definitely marked on my calendar. I'm sure a lot of other baseball people are going to be ready to watch this game as well.
And then the next weekend, a 4-game set at Dodger Stadium. So a lot of action between those two teams coming up. 7 of the next 9. Stevenson flies out. Gabe Kapler, bravo so far this year, managing the San Francisco Giants. 12 years in the bigs, and guess what round he was drafted in? This is not a typo. The 57th round. There are no 57 rounds anymore in the MLB draft, FYI. He was a part of the Dodgers, director of player development, and managed the Phillies, let go by Philadelphia. Farhan Zaidi was a part of the Dodgers front office. He brings him into San Francisco, and the Giants have the best record in baseball and Danny, you were serious when you told Gabe this morning during our chat. It's one of the best answers I've ever received to a question when you asked about his learning process as a big league manager, and he gave you the eloquent, I'm learning that this game is more of an art than a science reply.
I mean, you just gave me chills listening to that again, because the fact that they're in first place with the team that wasn't even talked about being this good coming into the year, because all the talk was Dodgers and Padres, and he's evolved into the manager that, yes, loves the analytics, but yes, loves the art of the human body, about how you go out there and play the game as a baseball player, not just a computer. And it's been amazing. It was amazing to hear him say that. I'm telling you, I got chills. I had something to ask him, but after he answered that question, I couldn't even hardly talk anymore because I was so excited.
You got lost in his answer. It was a great one.
Yeah, it was amazing. But you love that because, you know, as analytical as he was, he pretty much said, you know, I'm going to make this a mix, and we're going to see how good we can be. And look how good they are. You know, it's not just the one-sided all analytical, or as people say, the old school one-sided no analytics. Let's mix both of them and see how good we can be. And they're the best team in the National League right now.
That is shipped to left off the bat of Suarez. It is gone. 0-2 pitch. Gino Suarez likes it, and he muscles up for his 9th of the season.
But he looked like a hitter that was relaxed. He wasn't trying to hit a homer. He just went with the pitch and put a good swing on it, and it was a homer. And I think that that's something that he probably needs to get back to, is just go up there and play the game. Don't try to hit anything. He just tried to drive that ball. He kept his head down. He got extended, and the ball just left the ballpark. He's got plenty of power. He doesn't try to need to generate the power. It's there, and that was probably the best swing I've seen from him, yes, really all series.
And it's a tough way to go out there and pitch in a game like this, obviously, when you're on the winning side and, you know, you just want to throw strikes. But Alvarez, I think, kind of got out of the game plan. He threw changeup to get him to 0-2. Then he served him a cookie with a fastball, and Suarez can mash fastballs.
Four homers in the last 11 games for Gino. Nick's like, just do that. You're good. Well, the current hitter for Cincinnati, I think, helps tell the story of the season for Suarez, who enters spring training thinking it's just going to be a normal year, and eventually they go, hey, want to play shortstop? We didn't really solve that issue in the offseason, and it definitely hasn't been a smooth ride for him at the position. And of course, you're going to naturally wonder if that was just another responsibility added to his plate that made it a little more distracting for him to focus on what he did at the plate.
Well, it's a very demanding position, obviously. You know, we talked about Buster Posey and being a catcher and all his responsibilities. The shortstop has that too, out there, the leader of the infield. And I just feel like Gino put too much pressure on himself to be great at that instead of what he was great at already. And that's just being a great power hitter without trying to be a power hitter.
Here's Buster, who they've kept off first base.
Yeah.
We've seen him play some first in the past, but mostly just a catcher this year and getting his fair share of time off to keep him nice and fresh.
That was giving himself an air gun massage right there, by the way.
Yeah, that looked painful but good.
Yeah. All the technology they have now, they didn't have that when we played. We didn't have air massage guns that we could just sit out on the bench or in the bullpen with and, you know, get a massage.
We didn't even have towels on the railing.
Yeah,
like
right? Yeah.
Up the chute, Kyle Farmer is a 2-out base runner.
We're not really complaining, Scott. We're just saying.
Yeah.
you guys are good now. Well, that technology is yours at home. If you want it, you can kick back.
I mean, we pretty much just played with scar tissue and grit. You know, we didn't have all that other stuff.
And like 12 Advil a day.
Yeah. Yeah. Our livers aren't very good, but that's how we did it.
And what they give you in the clubhouse? You guys just ate nails, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Nails. Yep.
Nails for breakfast. India flies out to center, and that sits down the side in the 8th. Let's head to the last inning. What a day for Gabe Kapler's group.
When I got here in 1972, I didn't know what to expect. I didn't realize that I was going to be a part of something that was great. Sparky Anderson did 2 things that changed my whole career. The first thing he did, he lockered me next to Pete Rose. The second thing that Sparky did is he called me into the office and he said, I'm never gonna give you a sign. He said, I'm gonna let you play until you prove that you're not thinking of the team first. And when I walked out the door, I didn't know how to take that because it was, in my mind, put maybe a little more pressure on me. But what that allowed me to do was to play the game the way I knew how to play it. And so I respect Sparky for that, and I really, really think that's what helped make me the player that I became. But anytime you pass my sculpture, I would hope that you would not only think of Joe Morgan, but you'll think of all the great players who helped to make that statue possible. Long live the Big Red Machine.
Visit the Cincinnati Reds official YouTube channel to check out top highlights, exclusive behind-the-scenes content, and the new original YouTube series, The AG Show. Subscribe to youtube.com/Reds today so you never miss a new video. Next up on the YouTube schedule, the Phillies and Marlins early afternoon action a week from today. And then 6 days after that, the Mets meet up with the Diamondbacks. We have a Dodger game here. They are in Pittsburgh on the 10th of June. We have a Shohei Ohtani, Mike Trout game, although Trout's on the IL, but Ohtani should be there on the 17th as they host the Tigers, A's Rangers, Mariners Blue Jays, and Reds Brewers, another Cincinnati game. We'll have them in Milwaukee. That's actually who the Reds play this weekend. They'll welcome Christian Yelich and company. We're in the 9th. Actually, I'm also going to do a shout out, I think for the first time ever in my career. And look at Alex Blandino go again, 88 inside corner for a strike. Why not? He's never given up a run in his career. Now he's going up against a relief pitcher who's 0 for 2 in his career. I never do this, but I feel like it's definitely going to exemplify what these YouTube games are all about on a global stage. Winton Brangman lives in Bermuda. He's a YouTube Game of the Week super fan. He's been checking with me for years on when we're going to have the Reds on YouTube. And Winton, I hope you're enjoying this one. And we love to hear from everyone watching worldwide. I always check social after the game, and the responses worldwide are incredible. It's so cool to see where everyone is tuning in, of course, within the United States, but then the worldwide viewership is awesome. Keep it up. And thanks for watching with us.
That's amazing. Bermuda. Reds fan in Bermuda.
I have an open invitation. He works at a hotel, so at some point he said, hey, you know, bring the fam out here. Big baseball fan, big Reds fan, and he gets to tune in and see a sunshiny Bermuda-like day at Great American. We'll get him a better result for the next time that the Reds are on YouTube.
Well, he did tell you to bring Danny and Jeremy too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this open invitation, how many people are like allowed to be, you know, involved in this open invitation?
I know he's going to send me a very detailed message afterwards, so I will let you know. I'm going to hook you guys up if you want it. Darren Ruff is a triple shy of the cycle. By the way, the relief pitcher who's had 2 career at-bats, just walked against the position player on the mound. Things getting real weird on YouTube this afternoon, and Ruff is a triple shy. Here's the problem, though. If he pulls off this triple, it will be one of the most epic 3-baggers I've ever seen, because I don't know how fast Alvarez is off of first. He's never been on base in his life.
I want to know when the last time a pitcher has faced a position player reverse like this. Has there been a, because usually when they, I haven't seen a lot of like
pitchers hitting against position players.
Yeah. How many times? I mean, I've seen a lot of the, position players pitching, but I don't know if there's many like pitchers hitting against them, right?
I bet you with the technology they have on the benches, they could tell us real quick.
Yeah, it should be on my Apple Watch already.
It's funny, 5 Point Vids made that comment as that is pulled foul. They go, instead of position players pitching, can we get some pitchers batting? Yes, we got one there. And it worked out, just like everything for San Francisco today.
I just want to know how sore Baldino is going to be tomorrow.
Yeah, it's got to be hurting because he's throwing hard. And some little spinners right there. I mean, that's a pretty decent breaking ball.
Yeah. Yeah. But this is the 4th time Blandino's hit or pitched, correct?
Mm-hmm.
This is the 4th time in his career as a major league athlete.
That's correct, and that's pitch number 20, low and away. This would be the longest outing by a position player this year if he gets a few more outs, which they would love to see, although how deep does he go? I mean, no outs in the 9th. Can you get 40 pitches today out of Alex Blandino? Maybe. Of course, it's a 3-2 count for Darren Ruff, living up to his name.
Yeah, imagine that.
Kapler's smiling right now, going, I told that to the guys this morning.
Yeah, he's saying these guys think I am the smartest person in the world.
Ball 4 to Ruff. No cycle. JP, what's the scouting report on Alex Blandino?
Well, Scott, I have to credit Jeremy Affeldt because I think Jeremy was onto something with the Houston Street comparison. How about this? Blandino grew up in the Bay Area. He starred at St. Francis High School in Mountain View, California, and was originally, before he went to Stanford, drafted by, yes, the Oakland Athletics. So, Jeremy, that was some great scouting on your part, my friend.
Well, I do a lot of stuff before the game, JP. Okay, so I'm prepared for everything.
He was prepared for Blandino pitching today.
Yeah.
It's amazing because Houston Street, as good as he was about 88, 89 with some sink. And that's Blandino on the money.
Yeah, and what's funny is he fooled us, Danny, because first batter he faced in this appearance today, there was a 70-mile-an-hour fastball. And so we're like, oh, it's going to be like that? No.
And he just threw an 81-mile-an-hour changeup right there. That was pretty filthy, too.
Got all kinds of stuff working.
Listen, I'm just going to throw this out there. I know Blandino got a hit today, but he hasn't looked very good at the plate. You might want to switch roles because he seems pretty filthy right now.
This might be a live audition, tryout. It's a live tryout in the big leagues.
Got the mound presence.
Oh. StatCast powered by Google Cloud. Brandon Crawford powered up today. He has 6 RBIs this afternoon, and this is his 11th bomb of the season. Brandon Crawford's only gotten to the 20 mark once in his career. He's already at 11. We're in mid-May. His career high is 21. I think he's going to top that if he stays healthy.
And right now he's 3rd in the league, I believe. With only Acuna Jr. and Freeman ahead of him in home runs.
Jeremy, I did some research for you, our excellent staff. All right, Crawford to the track. There's Peyton. And there's out number 1. So actually, David Peralta had to pitch in a game last week for Arizona, position player, and he faced Paolo Espino, who is a pitcher. So it happens more often than you think. And then
what happened? What happened in that bat? Do we know?
He reached on an error, and then Espino faced Peralta in the next inning, and Peralta recorded a base hit.
Well, you guys do know, I'm sure you know this, and JP definitely knows this, but Peralta was a pitcher when he got drafted.
Yes.
Or when he signed.
That's right. He was.
New pitcher. It's another position player, Max Schrock. Welcome to the big league club today. We need you on the mound, okay? Thanks.
Make fun of me with my ball glove.
Heart is palpitating.
Hit high and deep, and this one's headed to the water and gone.
She was right in the right. She almost got hit by it. I mean, that's a long McCovey Cove shot. Swung on and Segura drifting out. Coming on is Harper, and Harper calling. He makes the catch. And Segura was right in front of him, maybe 3 feet in front of him, and he raised his glove as if he was going to catch the pop-up, even though he knew he was nowhere near it. And they just very, very soft high five.
Look out in the bullpen. Tommy Hotovy purchased a net, and now the team has become addicted to playing some pickleball during the course of the game just to have fun, maybe some physical exercise. That's what Mike Napoli told me he uses it for.
Punches that one down the line.
What a play! That's cross up. Lisa Cross, our Golden Glover. No cross up there. Whoa, Lisa!
$18-4 back on YouTube, and that is going to score a run for San Francisco. It is Max Schrock in the game, and 19-5 is now your tally. Here it is one more time. Oops. Ooh. Ground rule double.
Wow, I mean, position player on the mound, that's got to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
That ball's got to be caught, right?
Yeah, he just straight whiffed it.
Yeah.
I mean, someone might want to tell the scoring, scorekeeper uncle, like, hey, have some mercy on some guys.
Yeah.
Do you want a mercy rule?
Yeah, in some ways, they're depending on where you're at, Yeah, I do actually. I think, but in some ways, I wouldn't doubt in some ways that the way some of this game has been played and some of the rule changes and all that kind of stuff, sometimes you wonder if they'll ever implement that, Danny.
Well, innings over. I can't elaborate on that.
Popper for Suarez.
I'm hearing the countdown.
5, 4. No, there's 2 outs, Danny. You've got time.
Oh.
God,
there's only 2
there
outs.
was a 5-4 in your ear, dude. That's so good. You even talked the producers into freaking calling the
No, that was me. That was me. I'm messing with you guys.
Oh, that was Scott. Okay.
Yeah, getting a little loose here. It's 19-4. Now let's start the countdown, please. The real one. Dubon flies out to center, and the Giants score another just for kicks. Why not? They want 19 heading into their series against the Dodgers this weekend.
When I first got to Cincinnati, and then during the 70s when I was mayor, people would go to the games dressed up. We were a white-collar town, to be honest. The Big Red Machine reflected that. It was a very corporate, Joe Morgan, Johnny Bench, and, you know, everybody saying the right thing, doing the right thing. And then all of a sudden comes 1990. The 1990 team was really the first people's team because there were regular characters. Nuts, but regular.
Our fans loved us because we went out there and we put a blue-collar brand of baseball on that field every single day.
You had guys that they came to work, but work meant win the game. No matter what. If you got to fight twice, 3 times, win the game.
This could get out of hand. I'm telling you, this one could get out of hand. It's out of hand.
They had that attitude about them that, you know, we're going to kick your butt. What are you going to do about it? We didn't care what the other teams thought it was, to tell you the truth. We just were out to do a job.
We've seen tons of offense for the Giants today, but let's not overlook Johnny Cueto and his moves. Oh, bring it. Hey, we're getting loose today, Danny and Jeremy. It's 19-4, we're in the 9th, and Johnny Cueto is dancing.
You said it from the beginning of the game, wiggling himself out of some jams. He wasn't in many jams at all today, but he definitely was wiggling and some quick pitching and some off-speed stuff and some heat. I mean, he was, as advertised today, exactly what Giants fans wanted to see, a good Johnny Cueto out there.
Effective, getting himself out of jams, coming back, you know, looking a little healthier from his last outing, and making big pitches in big situations. And that's what he's always been about. And he's showed a little bit of that today. A couple 3-2 change-ups, getting him out of some jams. I mean, he just kind of started being himself.
Wiggling, yes. Yeah, dancing. I was always wondering what's going on in Johnny's head, and I'm glad the production crew finally was able to take us inside the mind of Johnny Cueto. Disco ball.
Brilliant.
His music. That's how you pitch.
Well, he might have been thinking of the horses, too, that Jeremy was talking about.
Yeah.
From his social media pages. I know he's huge into horses.
Yes, he owns about 15 in his farm in the DR. Matt Wisler is the new pitcher for San Francisco. Slider guy. A little too much over the plate so far this year, but the potential is there. Starter early on in his pro days. There it is. Slider up, good swing and miss. Blandino.
Another former Red.
Yep, that's right. Wisler, former Red. Blandino, who doubled in the 3rd and scored. He also pitched, and I don't know, what else did he do? A lot. Strike 3. This is what's going on in the live game commentary, the Reds account. As we wind down, I want to tell you all how much I enjoyed interacting with you folks today, even if it's the most I've seen San Francisco score against Cincinnati since the Super Bowl. Ooh.
Which Super Bowl was that? I'm not good at Roman numerals, but I feel like
23.
I feel like
23.
I bet my neighbor washing cars that the Bengals would win that one.
No, they lost.
And they didn't.
20-16. And San Francisco is 1 run away from that point total. Happy flight home coming up for the Giants. Back to their home ballpark to welcome in the Dodgers this weekend. You can't giggle and the mic picks it up and I'm not with you guys in Texas. You have your own little crew there and I'm sitting here all alone and not say something.
Oh, did you hear that?
Yeah, I picked up a little.
Jeremy doesn't hide his giggles very well.
No, sorry. Like, someone just sent one of the guys here a tweet, said, ask Affel how he throws a scud. You know, it's like, well, you just grip it like a fastball and throw it 52 feet, and hopefully Buster blocks it. That's kind of how it works.
That's George Contos, his former teammate,
Nice.
sent me that. Yeah.
I have one from Amy G, who covers this team for years, and she's running the Giants account today. Akiyama fouls that one away. So she said, I don't know if the broadcasters will see this. Well, we did. But please ask Affel about his ABs with the Giants. Epic. Believe he screamed once. You couldn't hold in a scream, huh?
Oh, I did. It was kind of unfair. It was I think it was O'Flaherty for the Braves. He kind of threw from the side, kind of did kind of almost like side armor. And I was 0-2, and he threw this thing at me, and I did. I screamed. It was a little high pitched. Screamed, and I just looked over at McCann. He's laughing. I'm like, bro, that's not even fair. Like, you can't do that. That's like against all baseball rules to do that to me. Lefty on lefty side armor, and he just ran off, and I was just standing there shaking my head. Like, I don't even know what happened. I swear I was gonna get hit. But yeah, I might have had more of a squeal than a yell.
You had a few knocks though, 3 for 17 in your career.
Thank you for finding that out. Yeah, 2 of them are game-winning RBIs. My bad.
Seriously?
Just kind of get that in
Oh,
there.
how you doing?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yep. Tony La Russa tried to pitch to me one time. He has a loss because of me. Okay.
Oh, my goodness. That's
Yep.
amazing.
And then I remember I got an infield base hit against the Dodgers, and I was hitting 500 that year, and our hitters were like 0 for 100. And I went in and ran the hitting meeting the next day, and they threw the bats at me.
That'll keep the game going. Base hit for Max Schrock.
Good. That gives us more time to talk about your hitting.
Yeah. It was. I actually went in there and was like, "Hey, guys, I'm going to show you a little bit of some. We're going to go back to the basics." And I started teaching them how to squash the bug with the back foot and then throw their hands at the ball. And then Aubrey Huff literally threw his bat at me. Like,
they don't want to hear it, huh?
They didn't want to hear it. They had like 3 hits over the last like 7 games at that point, it felt like. So I figured I'd go run the meeting.
Danny, how many hits for you? Do you know the number? Don't look.
Well, since you asked, yes.
Yeah.
Since you asked, 8 hits.
8?
Yeah, and guess what?
Oh.
Guess what? You ready for this? My first 2 hits were homers.
Oh.
How you doing?
Hey, we should probably talk about that. Like, how do we not have clips of you hitting homers?
We're 8 2/3 into the game right
and we
now.
just
You want
found
to just
out
talk
that
about
you
it
hit
now?
homers? Unbelievable.
I think Scott knew. Scott just didn't want me to talk too much about it, so he waited till 26 outs were made.
Man.
Well, I made a promise to myself.
Greatest.
I would only bring it up if it was 19-4 in the 9th. Here we are.
Here we are.
One more trivia question
Yeah.
then. Do you know which 2 pitchers you hit those homers off of?
I sure do. Mike Maddox
Correct.
and Tony McKnight.
Bingo.
Remember Tony McKnight?
Mike Maddox, that's why you basically got him fired.
Knocked him out of his career, yeah.
Basically.
And I'm 1 for 2 off Greg, too, so I own the Maddox brothers.
Bringing the heat.
So good.
Yeah, I also have a stolen base, 1 for 1. Anyways.
That's savage.
Yeah. Well, see, when you have 3 World Series rings and I have none, there's things I have to talk about.
Yeah, homers. It's awesome.
Game over. That's it. No more bragging about your career. Matt Whistler said, I've had enough. Giants win. They sweep the Reds in a 4-game set. Let's start the post-game show. The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube post-game show is presented by Jim Beam. 19 runs this afternoon for San Francisco. doing their thing. A team that has been talked about a ton in the first 6 weeks of the season. They have the best record in Major League Baseball. They just swept the Reds in 4 games in their home ballpark. All of the talk, I would say most of the talk at least, has been about the surprise starting pitching that is the best in baseball right now by ERA. And the bats go, hold up, we can swing it. 19 runs off 16 hits. That's a big smile from Gabe Kapler. He gets to rest some of his big arms that had been used a lot lately. Rogers, McGee get all loaded up for a huge weekend series against the Dodgers. And on the Red side, they do fall to 19-23 on the year. They've gone through some tough times lately. Since April 18th, they are 10-18. This was a team that started off the season 7-3. You look at the last few years for Cincinnati, and it had not been rosy in the beginning of the season for the Reds. They had gone through some severe struggles the last few years to start off well. I'm looking back. So 2018, Cincinnati was 3-18. 2019, they had a 1-8 start. 2020, 5-8. So a better start this year, but now they've hit tougher times. So let's start with the bright side. Scott Braun, Jeremy Affeldt, Danny Graves, Giants win. Giants have the best record in baseball. This looks like a complete team right now.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, I think it does. What they went out and did this entire series has been pretty good. They threw a shutout last night. They came in right out the gate, taking great at-bats, working the count, not giving away at-bats, hitting homers, hitting singles, going with pitches, making the pitchers work, and then Cueto coming out and doing his job of keeping these guys back at the plate as quick as possible, getting them back up to that plate, keeping them in rhythm. Even the long inning, we scored 9 runs. Cueto came out and kind of went to fire and strikes right away, and it was a good outing for Cueto. It was a great outing for their back end of their bullpen to not pitch with the Dodgers coming in this weekend, and the offense surely did not disappoint and put on a pretty good show today at Great American Ballpark.
Yeah, to score 19 runs without Buster Posey is a huge bonus, but yeah, everything they did was right. Gabe Kapler from the get-go pushed all the right buttons, playing the right guys, inserting Darren Ruff into the lineup when he knows that Darren Ruff has the ability to strike out a lot against righties, but he goes out and has a career day today. So many guys. Crawford has 6 RBIs. Duggar has the big grand slam. Just a huge offensive output. And yes, we talk about their starting pitching, how great they are, but their offense showed that they can put up some huge numbers too. So this is definitely a team that's going to wreak some havoc.
We threw up the poll question, who's the player of the game? And the answer from the crowd, that guy, Brandon Crawford. 6 runs batted in for San Francisco. Okay, so Brandon has the 2 World Series rings. He has 3 Gold Glove awards, and now he has one of those trophies that is on your screen as he's about to join us. And you can see the day for Brandon as he logged a single, a homer, another single later on, drives in 6 out of the 19 runs, and he is the U2 player of the game with the trophy. How's it feel, Brandon? Big day, and we like to separate. There it is. We like to separate all of the regular season games, which you guys did because you're going to remember 19 runs, but you also get a trophy to show for your 6 RBIs. How did it feel today?
Good. This is going up on the top shelves for sure over all the other trophies. But no, I felt good out there. My swing's been feeling good. Just trying to keep it simple and put some barrel on the ball.
Hey, Brandon, it's Jeremy Affeldt. I played with you for a few years in San Francisco. I was
Jeremy.
Jeremy. yeah, man. I basically, I got you famous from the double play in 2014. It's fine. I just was.
They didn't have anybody else for this gig, huh?
Oh man, just how, man, I think it's so awesome watching you guys play this year. You guys seem like you're having a lot of fun again, and it's been a few years since we probably really enjoyed watching you guys have fun. It seems like you guys are loose. You guys are having a lot of fun back there. You're playing great defense. You've got great pitching. I mean, just the morale in the clubhouse right now. What is that like right now at this point in the season?
I mean, it's great. I mean, like you said, we're pitching and playing defense, which we did a lot in the years where we were having a lot of fun, and we're scoring runs too. I mean, like today we put up 19. I mean, we can swing the bats a little bit too. So it's been fun. It's all been clicking for us, and I think we come in every day with a pretty good feeling that we're going to win the game, and that's a good feeling for us to have.
Hey, Brandon, this is Danny Graves. Unfortunately, I did not play with you back in the day, and unfortunately, I'm sitting here with Jeremy, so we're stuck here. But I got a question that is non-baseball. Dude, I've had this man crush on your hair for so long.
So good.
It's so good. We talked about it during the show. What do you put in it? I'm trying to grow my hair out. I need to know what you use.
Yeah, it's a surprisingly common question that I get. A little bit of water to dampen it, and then some Johnny B's gel. That's the stuff that I use. I found it's the best that works with my hair.
There you go. Good pop for Johnny B's. Well, also I'm gonna double down on that one because we mentioned this during the broadcast, and your teammate Logan Webb grew up in the area, and he said, I think every high school team I faced, the shortstop had long hair, probably because of Brandon Crawford. How many youngsters have you come across during your time with San Francisco that say, hey, Brandon, look, I grew this out for you?
Unfortunately, some of them aren't youngsters anymore. Like Jonathan India in the other dugout actually told me that he did that, which made me feel a little bit old. But also, it's also cool to see, to hear that, and know that I have fans that are now playing in the big leagues. I mean, I had one next to me today, up the middle too. So, just doesn't have the hair.
Brandon, last question for me. I'm actually just trying to delay as long as possible so you guys are late for your plane. I just wanted to know, what
That's about
right. How you feeling going into? Obviously, coming off this series, but first time facing the Dodgers. You guys are playing really, really well. You know it's going to be a playoff atmosphere, and I mean, you're going to have your big guys going for you. Is there some excitement with you guys even now? We're going in. This is a big test. You're playing 7 of the next 9 games. You're playing the Dodgers. Could you say that this is probably the biggest week of your half so far, and probably the biggest week of your half going forward?
I mean, yeah, we could probably say that. I don't think I don't think anybody's really thinking about that yet. We're hopping on the plane, hopefully, if we catch it, and then going back and worrying about tomorrow. I like I said earlier, I think we come into the field every day with a pretty good attitude that we think we can beat whoever's in the other dugout. So, whether it is the Reds today or the Dodgers tomorrow, we feel pretty good about our chances.
Brandon, let's finish with this. Is Buster Posey going to be jealous of the trophy because he's got everything else on his resume? He doesn't have one of those yet.
Probably. This is the one thing he doesn't have.
Exactly. All right, so we'll have to do another Giants game at some point this season. Thanks for the time, man. Great talking to you. Happy flight back home, and good luck this weekend against L.A.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Brandon Crawford, 6 RBIs, and he wins the player of the game. According to the fans, 41% of the vote. And Jeremy, I think he enjoyed the conversation with you in particular, or maybe not. He was kind of like, oh, man.
Yeah, probably not.
I felt. Awesome. Hey, let's continue our post-game show presented by Jim Beam in a moment as we continue to wrap up the Giants and Reds.
There go the runners. And Belt swings, and there's a long one. Deep right center field, and into the second deck. A grand slam, 9-0 Giants. Now Buster swing, and it's a high drive, deep right field. Way back there, Blackman, he looks up. Adios, pelota! And Buster Posey goes to the opposite field, and it is 10-0 Giants.
And Buster on the first pitch. High drive, left field, out of here. It's the second pitch that Posey has seen off a Wheeler, and he hits his third home run of the year. Buster hits a high drive to left. He's done it again. Out of here.
Back in Cincinnati, the Giants sweep the Reds in 4 games, a midweek series and a ton of momentum heading into a big set this weekend against the Dodgers. Here's how it happened. Now, at one point, Darren Ruff was a platoon player for San Francisco, linked up with the team last year, mostly playing against left-handed pitching. But Gabe Kapler said even though he's better against southpaws, he works a great at-bat against everyone. Great battle here.
He's giving his teammates a lot of looks. He's just trying to run the pitch count up.
Eighth pitch of the at-bat, find some open space, and Darren Ruff is in business, heading for 2, and he is in there with a 1-out double.
Honestly, that was as big of a big league at-bat as you can have in a baseball game.
Evan Longoria, who's 1 for 8 in this series with 4 strikeouts, hitting the ball as hard as he ever has in his career. Payoff pitch is past Malley and past the infield. It's a base hit. Ruff being waved around. He's going to come in and score easily. It's an RBI knock for Evan Longoria to break the ice for San Francisco. It's 1-0. 2 on to start this 3rd inning for San Francisco.
Gosh, dang it.
Brandon Crawford drops one into right, and Yastrzemski's being waved around, and he will come in to make it 2-0 San Francisco. It's an RBI knock for Brandon Crawford to drive in the 2nd run of the day. No outs. Mauricio Dubon up next. Dubon to the right side with open space, and that'll score another one for the Giants. They move station to station and make it 4-0. And they are all over Tyler Malley.
So it's an unfortunate outing for him.
David Bell takes the baseball. Michael Feliz is summoned from the bullpen in a 4-0 game, and a ton of trouble brewing here. Steven Duggar's the batter with the bases loaded. In the zone, 95 down. It's socked by Duggar as Naquin gives it a look, and it's gone. Steven Duggar loads up, and it's a grand slam for the Giants to make it 8-0 San Francisco. What a blast off the bat of Duggar, his 2nd of the season, and he was all over that fastball. They score 7 in this 3rd inning, and we continue with Darren Ruff, his 2nd trip to the plate in this frame. Darren Ruff to right.
Ball goes.
Yeah, it's going into the seats, about the 3rd row. 2nd home run of the inning for the Giants as they power up. Darren Ruff with a 2-run shot to make it 10-0. Stand-up double to lead off the bottom of the 3rd for the Reds. Castellanos up the middle, and the Reds break the ice. Their first run comes in. It's Blandino scoring on the RBI single from Nick. 10-1.
This is a situation for Johnny where I've got to, if I'm him, it's like I have to bear down right here. Because I've got 2 outs. I've let a run cross already, 10-1, no big deal. This is a big at-bat for him right now.
Tyler Naquin got him.
Great pitch.
Big time changeup from Johnny Cueto. That is his best pitch, and he uses it to escape. Gives up 1 run to the Reds. They're up big, the Giants, 10-1. That ball skips away. There's a run for San Francisco just for a moment there. Duggar comes in. It's 11-1 Giants here in the 5th. Crawford sends one deep right field. Forget about it. Brandon Crawford muscles up for a 3-run shot.
Ambush right there.
And it's the 2nd one off of Embry in this series.
And the Giants are 1 away from matching the most runs we've seen in a baseball game from one team this season. Evan Longoria has left the yard. It's a 2-run homer, and the Giants have scored more runs in a game than any team this season, an 18 spot. But wait, there's more. Yes, we had position players, we had a little more run scoring. So first off, here's Matt Whistler, game over. But we saw not 1, but 2 position players appear in this game. For the Reds, your Jim Beam game summary. Darren Ruff had a big day, triple shy of the cycle. 6 home runs on the year. Crawford was our YouTube player of the game. 6 runs batted in. Good W for Johnny Cueto. 5 innings, a run, and 4 strikeouts. And StatCast, powered by Google Cloud, shows us the 16 hits put together by the Giants this afternoon. 10 singles, 2 doubles, and 4 homers. Jeremy, this team has pop, which we haven't seen much of from the Giants over the past, 5-6 years. Last year we saw it in flashes, and this year, here it is. This team knows how to power up.
Yeah, you're definitely seeing it with consistency. They seem to be nightly hitting homers, and when you have an offense that's going to produce for you, not just with you saw some great at bats today, working counts, going with pitches, hitting singles, hitting doubles, but then you have those guys that can come in and turn those singles and doubles into 3-run homers. That's the sign of a very dangerous team. Because in the past, you had a single or you double. You had a lot of guys. Sometimes you'd see the Giants with 11 hits, no homers, and 2 runs. Well, now you're seeing a situation where if a couple guys get on, anybody right now, it seems like, is hitting a homer. Crawford's hitting homers like he's had 8 or whatever this month. Buster didn't even play today, and he's got 8 or 9 homers. Belt didn't play today. He's got 8 or 9 homers. There's a lot of guys on this team, everyday player, and also some of the guys that are coming in to give these players a break. They can all hit home runs, and that's a big deal, and that's a dangerous team right now going into these next few games with the Dodgers. And if I'm the Dodgers, I need to prepare that this isn't the same Giants team. This is not the same team that they've seen the last few years. This is a dangerous offensive team. It's very good defensively, and they have really good starting pitching. So it's pretty awesome to watch these guys.
Yeah, and Danny, what do you think? I mean, you can go either way here on San Francisco and the run that they're on, but also for Cincinnati, you're looking at a division where I think heading into the year we go, okay, teams that didn't do a ton. St. Louis, of course, did with the Nolan Arenado pickup, and Milwaukee has definitely been surprising despite their injuries. Let's kick it over to the Red side for a moment and what you think of this team at this point as they've gone through a rough patch now.
Well, it's definitely a rough patch, especially these last 4 games. But at the same time, I think you have to give credit to the other team, the other pitchers. And we've talked about it throughout the whole broadcast that San Francisco's starting rotation is the best in baseball, at least numbers-wise, right? So when you play a 4-game series, you're not getting any kind of breaks. It's different from a 3-game series because you have a 3-game possibly losing streak, and then you move on to the next team. But when you have 4 dominant starters facing you, it's tough. It's tough as an offense. And, there's some injuries with Cincinnati, of course, with Joey Votto out and trying to mix and match the right combination in that lineup. But there's still so much baseball left. I know that's a cliche, but it's only May. There's a lot of time left. This division, there's nobody running away with it. I think the Cardinals are playing a lot better than everybody else, but they're not totally just separating themselves. So there's still opportunity to get better, and there's still opportunity for the pitching staff, especially the bullpen, which they have been better, but for them to continue to strive in the right direction. So I still see potential in this team, and I know in that clubhouse they're not giving up right now. They have, Jesse Winker and Nick Castellanos, 2 guys that are leading the National League in batting average. So they're going to be able to put up some runs. It's about putting up runs and pitching on the same day. So we'll see what happens. These are one of those series you just turn to the next day and get ready to go play the next opponent.
Yeah, wipe it out. The Reds are 5.5 games back of the first place Cardinals. And actually, I should still mention the Cubs, too. They're in second place at the moment, a half game better than the Brewers, 3.5 back of St. Louis, and a revitalized Chris Bryant so far this season. Let's head out to Mr. Midwest. JP Morosi is at a different Midwest ballpark just about every day, JP. And how was your stop on the tour today in Cincinnati?
Well, Scott, a beautiful day here in Cincinnati, and as always, a pleasure to work with you and Danny and Jeremy on our broadcast today. Gorgeous skies here in Cincinnati. Of course, not a great result for the home team, but I did really appreciate the 9th inning to see that rare pitching change where the first baseman and pitcher just switch places. Haven't seen that one in a while. That certainly falls into the category of loving something new that you see at the ballpark every day. So Max Schrock and Alex Blandino both doing a credible job, certainly, for the Cincinnati Reds today. And, in fact, a note passed along to us from Rob Butcher, the outstanding PR man here with the Reds via the Elias Sports Bureau. The first time the Reds had multiple position players pitch in the same game since 1904. That far back. Incredible when you think about how far it was, the early 1900s, all those notes we've had with Babe Ruth and Shohei Ohtani. You have to go back even further for that combo of position players and pitchers with this particular note. But on I think a more somber tone for the home team here, Scott, the Reds are now 5.5 games back of the Cardinals here in the NL Central. That's their largest divisional deficit of the season. It really starts to get to those larger questions, and Danny raised it. When you have Castellanos playing as well as he is playing, and Winker as well, and Tyler Naquin off to a good start, you start to wonder, do these become trade candidates if this team struggles? Does Luis Castillo return to form? Sonny Gray as well. There is quality here on this team, but time is getting short. A lot of us around the game believe that we could see an earlier start to the trading season than we have in a long time. So I think probably the next couple of weeks, the next 3 weeks or so, probably could be determinative for the Reds and their trade deadline plans. Now, with the Giants and the Dodgers, we're almost to Memorial Day, guys, and we have not seen these two arch rivals play a game yet this season. I cannot wait for tomorrow night. We heard from Brandon Crawford as the player of the game earlier. He'll see a fellow UCLA Bruin, Trevor Bauer, on the mound for the Dodgers. And, of course, Alex Wood gets the start for the Giants, the former Dodger. He just won a World Series ring with the Dodgers. And, of course, now he's on the mound facing his former team. And, Scott, I seem to recall a big move the Dodgers have made recently to bring in a righty bat. We've heard of before. Albert Pujols, right? Well, this could be his first taste of the Dodgers-Giants rivalry. He's playing against some left-handers, of course, the lefty Wood on the mound. How about that? Pujols, Oracle Park, Dodgers-Giants rivalry this weekend. Cannot wait to see what the next chapter is going to bring. And certainly one last note on the Dodgers today. They're announcing David Price gets to start for the Dodgers in this evening's game. So much more of the post-game show presented by Jim Beam is straight ahead with our MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube.
Joey Votto is doubled to left. Shift is on Lee. And that one is shot out of a cannon to right field. A towering home run for Joey Votto, number 300. And the Reds take a 3-2 lead. A no-doubter as Joseph Daniel Votto becomes the third man in franchise history with 300 big flies. Wade Miley looks to make Reds and baseball history. In the air to right, 2 outs away. 0-2. Strike 3, and Miley is 1 out away. Ground ball. Farmer. Wizardry from Wade Miley. A no-hitter and baseball history.
That's a cool statue. The postgame show is presented by Jim Beam. Giants 19, Reds 4 in Cincinnati this afternoon. The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube's freshest segment in the postgame show, Curious Creators. First one from the fumble. What the Giants are doing this season is so impressive. Excited to see that series against my home team, the Dodgers. And like JP Morosi mentioned, Jeremy, Trevor Bauer is going to start as they pushed him back. David Price is going to begin today's game for LA, a bullpen game. He's not stretched out. So who would have thought the Dodgers are gearing up for a weekend series that matters more because it's a divisional opponent that they could be fighting against for the entire season. All the talk in the offseason was Padres, Dodgers. And I was one of them, I admit. I said, because there was actually a lot of flack from fans going, hey, it's Dodgers-Giants. I said, okay, but right now, the current flavor rivalry is Padres Dodgers. And they said, no, it's Dodgers Giants. And now all three are involved in the division.
Yeah, and the way that the Dodgers and the Giants played last year, the arguments, little fights early on this year even, it was that. There was friction between those two teams. But it really is going to always be the Dodgers and Giants. But now it's even heightened. So now you have the Dodgers and the Giants with pretty close records. Giants are obviously being the best team in baseball, have a better one. But these next 7 games, if it goes really bad for either team, it's gonna flip-flop the division, or it's gonna really separate the Giants from the Dodgers, or it's just going to end up being what it is. And I think all of baseball fans should probably be excited. All of the baseball guys that love the purity of the game probably want it to be a pretty close match all the way through. It'll just be a fun season. But this is a big deal this weekend. And I think this is a bigger deal than even the Dodgers probably thought it was when they saw the calendar and the schedule come out. And knowing that they had 7 of 9 right here, knowing that this could be one of the basic, like Brandon said earlier, they're just kind of taking it game by game. Yeah, they have to do that. As a player, they have to go game by game. But for all of us watching, we see 7 of the next 9. This is going to be a really fun week for the National League West. It's going to be a really fun week for Giants fans, for Dodgers fans, for just rivalry fans. It's going to be fun to watch. And there's a reason why the Dodgers have to ramp it up. And I think it's nothing but good for the game right now to see that this old National League West, cutthroat game of, that's going to happen between these two teams is happening again. It's really good for the game.
The Giants haven't even experienced a 3-game losing skid yet this season. Only other team to not go through that is the White Sox. They have the best record in the American League. One more curious creator. We got this question during the game from Amy G. Affeldt screaming during an AB with the Giants. Well, let's spin it forward to Affeldt as a broadcaster today, Danny. You two hanging out in the studio all day long. You guys actually live pretty close by to each other in Texas. Again, I didn't get the invite. It's all good. We talked virtually throughout the day. How is J.A. next to you?
Well, we're waiting for the invite to Bermuda with you.
True.
So
that's Winton.
Yeah,
Winton, hook us up.
Yes, please. So here's the thing. Me and Jeremy, we go way back. We've been friends. We haven't really hung out much since we've lived close together, but that's why you heard us chuckling all day today, because we were just catching up while you were talking about the game.
Come on.
Wow.
Come on.
That was...
Talk about facial hair.
That was filthy.
Who
was that pitcher again? O'Flaherty?
It was O'Flaherty, right? It's scary, man. That's scary stuff.
Why were you hitting lefty on lefty right there?
Talk to Bochy. I think because I was hitting 500 and I ran the entire hitters meeting, and so then it was like, oh, really? And then he put me in. And my last at-bat of my career was against the Braves in Atlanta, and I threw the bat about 18 rows up, swinging and missing. And it was Vogelsong's bat. Yeah, that facial hair is phenomenal. That's one of those facial hairs that you thought you were cool at the time, but as the years have gone on, you're like, I can't even unsee that right now.
That was intimidating though, because as an opponent to you back in the day, you had that facial hair, and we were scared of you. Like if we didn't know you, we're like, this guy is the meanest dude on the planet.
That's good. You're like, this guy might be a little crazy. I don't know what he's gonna do. He's a wild card, that Jeremy Affeldt.
Yes.
You don't know what's coming. Well, I wish you were mic'd up for that at bat, but the good news is nowadays we mic up our players, some of the best in the biz that know how to talk. Mauricio Dubon and Jesse Winker with the microphone, just YouTube tagging along with them all day long, and it sounded like this.
How you guys doing? Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Best football player of all time, Tom Brady?
Yeah, he's on his way.
Hey, Naquin! Bang! Puts it in for 3.
Come on, YouTuber. Let's go, YouTuber. It's good for the brand. It's good for the brand. For the kids, man. You gotta do it for the kids.
Sweet emotion. Oh, I got that. I got it. I got it. Woo! You mic'd up too? Nice.
How the hell you hit? Honestly.
Didn't you homer like 2 days ago?
I ran into one. See, you got pop. I run into balls.
I got this card in my pocket and people keep thinking it's a cell phone. I just want to get on air that this is not my cell phone. It's like the oldest heckle in the book. Put your cell phone away.
Did you call that ball or did you yell? I was inside that first inning. It's the first time I ever heard you call a ball.
Yeah?
You got a mic on or something?
Yeah.
It's the hardest I've ever seen you run in the ball.
Oh, yeah! Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Yeah.
Are you mic'd up? Did you hit a homer the other day?
Yeah, well, the singing.
Don't ever let me sing on the air,
Yeah,
please.
never. That was a bad idea.
Bad
That's one of
idea.
those things that he's going to look back and be, thought it was cool at the time, but it probably wasn't.
Yeah, when I hear myself, I'm going to realize I'll never do that
Bad
again.
idea.
Well, it's lonely out there. Trust me, I know. I've been in the studio by myself. It's lonely out there in left on your own. And Jesse knows he's mic'd up. He's a man of the people. He just gave us a little entertainment, whether it's good, bad, whatever. It was gold. Gold. I'm talking about the voice, Jesse. The actual words coming out of his mouth all day, absolute gold. That's the snackable content that we crave. Guys, you were awesome. Really enjoyed it. Giants 19, Reds 4. The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube returns for afternoon action 1 week from now, Thursday, May 27th. We highlight the NL East and head down to South Florida for the Phillies and the Marlins. Coverage fires up with our pregame show, 11:30 Eastern time. So we'll talk again then for the dynamic pitching duo of Danny Graves and Jeremy Affeldt, Mr. Midwest JP Morosi, and our entire superstar crew. I'm Scott Braun logging out for now. We'll see you next week on MLB's YouTube channel.